Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump threatens a 25% trade tariff on countries who do business with Iran as he promises Iranian patriots that help is on the way. 4 people are dead and power cuts are imposed in Ukraine as Russia launches another missile attack despite ongoing US peace efforts. And fighting for her political future, former far-right French leader Marine Le Pen appears in court attempting to overrule her public office ban. Now, President Trump says countries who do business with Iran will face a 25% tariff on trade with the US as thousands of people are killed in defiant protests. Speaking on Truth Social, Trump told his followers that help was on the way as he addressed Iranian patriots. According to reports, the US president has been briefed on covert options in Iran after he warned of military intervention. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister says Tehran is open to talks with Washington, but is also ready for war. Let's get the views of Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Jason, it's great to have you back on the show. Thank you for joining me. So Donald Trump has told the people of Iran help is on the way and to keep protesting and take over your institutions. Jason, him saying help is on its way is quite a significant statement in this message. I'm sorry, we do appear to have lost Jason there. We have a few technical issues, but we're just talking about Donald Trump's latest Truth Social message to the Iranian people. But we will continue this conversation now. Hopefully we'll get Jason back up. But we'll go to Saba Baluchi, human rights advocate and US speaker, specializing in Iranian minorities. Saba, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's just begin with the UN Human Rights Chief says he's horrified by mounting violence in Iran and is urging restraint. What's the scale of the crisis engulfing the country right now?
Well, it's very worrying, and it seems to only be intensifying day by day. The government is using new tactics to bring about oppression and oppressing its people, and it's not giving up in that sense. So, for example, today we've received news that even satellites are being shut down, so that the people are not able to, within Iran to be able to access channels externally, internationally, to be updated on what's happening, along with obviously the internet blackout, which is still continuing. People are able to now be able to, well, in some regions, be able to call internationally. So if they are within Iran, to be able to call externally, but not internationally within Iran. So that raises again a few eyebrows. Why is that so? It seems that it is a tactic to again silence his people and to control and perhaps listen into and to hold people that they can then directly hold accountable if they do share information that they shouldn't be sharing. So the regime is unfortunately stepping up its tactics and creating more and more oppression of its people. I mean, as you mentioned, Volker Turk, the UN Human Rights Chief, did mention, and he said today, I quote, "The killing of peaceful demonstrators must stop, and the labeling of protesters as terrorists to justify violence against them is unacceptable." So we can just see when this regime is labeling these protesters and that they're within their human rights to be able, the freedom of expression and demonstration and protest, labeling them as terrorists is very worrying, and it does not give hope that there will be any peace coming anytime soon.
And I just wanted to ask you, because just before we came on air, Donald Trump has been posting on Truth Social, and he says Iranian patriots keep protesting, take over over your institutions. Help is on the way. What do you make of what Donald Trump is telling the people of Iran right now? You've outlined how the regime is cracking down. There's an internet blackout. Things are difficult for protesters going on the streets, calling for change. And what does Donald Trump's message send to a country of nearly 90 million people where military action has been threatened?
Absolutely. Well, I think he is trying to encourage the people not to give up. We are here. And unfortunately, it seems that international intervention is perhaps needed in order to topple the regime that the people so desperately want to overturn and have something different. So I think he wants, obviously, the people to continue and the change to perhaps come from within Iran, so that this change is... The people of Iran have created this revolution. I guess he's just waiting, and perhaps there are things being put in place, perhaps, to intervene at the right time.
And the Iranian government officials have said the death toll following nationwide protests has now reached 2,000, which includes security personnel, and have blamed terrorists for the deaths. The regime appears to be cracking down with excessive force to try to keep a grip on power. We're talking about regime change, but what is possibly next for the country? Because this appears to be something that is difficult to actually make happen.
Well, you see, Leigh Ann, the issue is the woman life freedom never stopped. So this is a continuation, we can say, of this movement. Because the oppression just continues and continues. And when there was this economic kind of turn that happened right after Christmas and the beginning of this new year, it was enough. It was like the people were saying, we've reached this level. It's unacceptable. We can't afford to live a basic life anymore. We can't afford to buy food. So the people, and when you hear the chants and you hear the people who are within Iran and talking about what they are experiencing, it is an existential battle between the people of Iran and the existence of the Islamic Republic. So for them, there is no other way, unfortunately, but to lose your life. I mean, who would freely offer their life? I don't think anyone would. So it just gives us a look into how dire the situation, the life is, that people have resulted in facing open fire. And this is what has been reported: the machine guns, open fire, bullets in the back of the heads of peaceful demonstrators. Even women, children even have been reported killed from human rights organizations. So it's very worrying. And unfortunately, this is the only way for the people of Iran they see right now.
Extremely frightening, the scenes that you are explaining, but of course difficult to get information out of Iran because we have had these internet blackouts. But let's talk about Iran, because we mentioned the economy is really struggling in the country, but Iran has huge oil wealth. It's actually part of OPEC. It's also so strategically important. What regional and global implications does the unrest in Iran have across the rest of the world?
So as you mentioned, it is a major energy and oil producer, not just for the neighboring countries, but globally. So as long as this unrest continues, this uncertainty is going to be about. And the neighboring countries, I think, will be the first to feel the impact of this unrest. I mean, from past experiences, we can say that oil prices have risen when there is such a kind of a situation. So that's just, I mean, the tip of the iceberg in terms of what could happen and the foreseeing, the future. And you know, a lot of European countries today, Saba, it's been quite interesting, have summoned the Iranian ambassador for talks, which I found quite interesting. We're seeing that in the UK and various other countries. But what can the United Nations and other European countries realistically do to stop the regime's crackdown on protesters and help those who have been targeted? What is their options right now? Well, the United Nations itself cannot directly intervene with the situation, unfortunately. So it's a powerful platform, and they can put pressure on the diplomats and the representative countries. But what the diplomatic people, they could do is put pressure again on the Iranian representatives. The UN itself can collect documents of the human rights violations that's taking place. So, for example, we've got the International Fact-Finding Mission for Iran that is still active, and I'm sure that they will then be collecting lots of information, writing reports that are then presented in the United Nations, the councils that are then they put direct pressure on the Iranian representatives there. So in terms of direct, perhaps very limited, but indirect, and the pressures, there are many. As we heard today as well from Volker Turk, I mean, he's the UN human rights chief, is aware of it, and his statement is very powerful, and being able to say this on the platform, the UN platform itself. So yeah, there are a number of things that could take place and could help the situation.
Saber Balushi, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Now, let's get the views from Jason Brodsky, Policy Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. We got you back, Jason. Thank you so much for persisting with the technical difficulties. But I was just asking you, what did you make of what Donald Trump put on Truth Social this morning? He said, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions. I thought, and I don't know what you thought, but help is on its way was quite a significant part of that very message.
Yes, well, it's great to be with you. I thought it was actually a historic tweet for an American president to make, because it's looking more and more like the United States is adopting a regime change policy as it relates to Iran. Not regime change in the sense that the United States is trying to impose a leader on Iran, but regime change in the sense as the United States is going to support the Iranian people and create the conditions and try to create the conditions on the ground that enable them to realize their own aspirations. So I thought it was incredibly significant in that sense.
As you said, this could be a real historic tweet that goes down in the history books, Jason. But let's just talk a little bit about regime change, because despite these nationwide protests that we've seen, years of external pressure on Iran, it doesn't appear like the regime wants to let go of its grip on the country. This seems something that they want to try and embed. They want to try and stay in, even though the German Chancellor said their days are numbered. So what are America's military options right now, or options for regime change? Could it be something that we saw in Venezuela, possibly?
Well, I think you're right. This regime will not go quietly into the night. They will go down fighting. But I think the United States has several options, and they don't involve a ground invasion with the deployment of thousands of American troops. That's not what anyone, including the White House, is even considering. What the United States is considering are targeted surgical military strikes on the suppressive apparatus of the Islamic Republic, meaning the Iranian police, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and their forces, which are used to suppress the protests and are killing the Iranian people. So I think that that is what the United States is likely eyeing, in addition to cyber offensive warfare against regime suppressive apparatus entities, as well as jamming the ability of the Iranian regime to turn off the internet. And so the United States does have the capacity to help in that regard. And so that's what I think the president has in mind. Not to mention economic sanctions. We've already seen the tariff announcement that the president issued the other day, but also other measures and designations possibly of sanctioning Iran's supreme leader himself for human rights abuses. There are also the Justice Department in the United States can issue a federal criminal indictment against the supreme leader himself, like we do with Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. So there are many options the United States has to be able to support the people of Iran and their aspirations.
So today, Reuters said 2,000 people were killed in the protest. Iran International says around 12,000 people have died. Jason, do we have any idea of the true death toll at all?
Well, just a day ago, my colleagues at the United Against Nuclear Iran, were speaking to people inside Iran to the extent that we can, and we had heard that there were upwards of 7,000 killed in these protests. So, the 12,000 that Iran International is estimating is quite significant, and that's not based on estimates that's coming from Iran International alone. That's coming from estimates, interestingly, where people within the security institutions of the Islamic Republic are speaking to Iran International TV, which is designated as a terrorist organization by the Islamic Republic. So I think that just goes to show you that there are some fissures and cracks behind the scenes within some of these institutions, that they're actually speaking to a network that's considered a terrorist organization by the Iranian regime.
And following the death of Mahsa Amini in 2022, protests did break out in Iran, but they were quashed by the regime, and they've managed to hang on since. How do these nationwide demonstrations differ from the demonstrations we've seen in the past?
Well, since 2017, there have been consecutive cycles of protests in Iran that have called for regime change, not reform. And so I view this cycle of protests as just a continuation of that cycle that we've seen over the last several years. Now, I think that there are some differences. Number one is that this protest started out over economic issues, but the economic quickly morphed into political issues, and they're calling for the overthrow of the Islamic Republic. Now, there are other differences as well. The Islamic Republic's strategic and political position in the region has been badly eroded over the last couple of years because of their proxy and partner network throughout the Middle East has been badly damaged, and that's not to mention its nuclear program and the missile and military capabilities of the Islamic Republic itself. So they are a much weaker country in trying to suppress the current protests compared to the 2022 Mahsa Amini cycle. And I think that that's emboldened and empowered the Iranian people.
And China is, of course, Iran's biggest trading partner, and India comes in second place. How will President Trump's new 25% tariff be applied? And will China even be targeted in this? Because we know that the US and China have held lots of trade talks with each other when that tit-for-tat trade war started. And do you think it's interesting that Trump's gone down the tariff route rather than the military route so quickly?
Well, I view that the tariff route is just one of several responses that the United States is going to be coming forward with over the next few days. And so the tariff is just phase one. It's only the beginning, not the end of the U.S. response. That's number one. Number two, I think it just depends on the implementation of the tariff. And I would hope that the president prioritizes the Iran issue within the broader bilateral relationship between China and the United States. It's well past time. China has been providing a lifeline to the Islamic Republic that has enabled its suppressive apparatus to kill all these Iranians on the streets. So there has to be consequences here, and I hope the White House is going to be very aggressively implementing that tariff, because we have to showcase to the countries around the world that it will not be business as usual with the Islamic Republic.
Jason Brodsky, as always, thank you so much for joining me on the show with all your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, 4 people are dead and several others are injured following Russia's most intense missile attack of the year. Emergency power cuts have been imposed in Kyiv after severe damage to the city's infrastructure. It's a second attack in just 4 days, despite US-led peace efforts, as Russia continues the war, which approaches the 4-year mark. We can now speak to Richard Sakwa, Emeritus Professor of Politics at the University of Kent, and also the author of the forthcoming book, The Russo-Ukrainian War, Follies of Empire. Professor, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Just before we get into what's happened in Ukraine, Russia has hit back at the US over its threats of new military strikes on Iran, calling them categorically unacceptable. They clearly don't see eye to eye on Iran as they're trying to make a deal on Ukraine.
Absolutely. I think they don't see eye to eye on any question at the moment. Venezuela, there's a whole list of issues which suggests what earlier on, when Trump came to power earlier in 2025, that there'd be some fundamental reset, rapprochement between Russia and the United States. That's failed, just like the peace talks themselves, brokered by the United States, are failing. So Iran is just one other issue.
And Russian forces have launched the year's most intense wave of missile attacks on Ukraine. Is the timing of these latest attacks crucial or telling at all?
Absolutely. It suggests a new phase of the war. Most of 2025, and indeed the last part of 2024, while waiting for Trump, and then once Trump was in the White House, there were anticipations, and in fact it happened, endless talks in Istanbul and Riyadh, actually, as well, which was Steve Witkoff and Dmitry Krylev, the Russian negotiator, the assumption that there would be some substantive U.S. forced peace. And by the end of last year, 2025, it was clear that this had failed. This escalation at the moment is a response to, well, what Russia would see a number of provocations. Just before the new year, if you remember, 91 drones were sent towards the Valdai residence of Putin in the Novgorod region, all shot down. And of course, much debate over what actually happened. But certainly, as far as Russia was concerned, this was a Ukrainian assassination attempt with U.S. support, because for logistical purposes, they have to have U.S. support. The second provocation from the Moscow's perspective was the seizing of the tanker. In the North Atlantic, and this was a huge thing in the Russian public sphere. This was an act of piracy, and other provocations is the actual peace process, discussions of the Coalition of the Willing, which was talking about the placement of so-called hubs. France and the United Kingdom promised actual forces on the ground in Ukraine, which is an absolute no-no as far as Moscow is concerned. So basically, the peace process is over. We're now into an intensification of the war. It seems to me absolutely tragically, but that's where we are.
And that's really interesting, because it does lead me on to my next question. You said a new phase of war, the peace talks are over. But according to reports today, actually in the Financial Times, Ukraine's G7 allies are going to meet President Donald Trump at Davos. That's happening next week, to seek his personal backing on security guarantees for Ukraine. You, of course, mentioned the UK and France there. Do you think this is something that Trump is seriously considering and could possibly even agree to, even though, of course, Russia doesn't appear to accept it?
Well, the Paris Accords last week were Steve Witkoff didn't sign it, but basically gave the tacit acknowledgement of some sort of peace, some sort of backstop for the forces. No, what's been happening the last few months, which has been much commented on in the Russian media, is that the West is talking to itself, and of course Ukraine. So they would say, look, if you want negotiations, talk with us, because basically the Coalition of the Willing, and they're trying to get a peace, which is no peace, which is simply, it's as if Russia was losing the war. Well, as far as Moscow is concerned, it's winning the war. It's hard. And in fact, yesterday, Monday, the war in Ukraine is now longer than what the Russians call the Great Fatherland, the Great Patriotic War against Nazi Germany, over 1,000 days. So, and in fact, this landmark moment is at the moment at which it seems the hardliners in Moscow, who've long been criticizing Putin for going too soft. So we're seeing an escalation of the war. The West can talk to itself as much as they like, as far as they're concerned, Davos or wherever. But this doesn't actually change the facts on the ground, is that Russia's advancing, Ukraine is running out of forces. We could see, of course, the West has many nasty things it could do in its armory. So, as I say, 2026 has been open to phenomenally dangerous. I believe we're now heading to an escalation. And, of course, so far we've had risk management managed from Washington. In other words, not to escalate to a nuclear exchange. There are those in Moscow who are saying we need some sort of nuclear exchange, or at least a hypersonic weapon. This, for the second time, it was used a few days ago against the gas storage facilities near Lviv. So it's quite clear that we're heading into a risk management which Washington is no longer observing, which it has so far restrained the Western European powers who seem to have a lack of strategic sense, is that this is a war that can escalate and escalate quickly into a nuclear confrontation.
So just a quick question. Sorry, I am running out of time, Richard, but I just want to ask you something on that escalation point. So the formal negotiations between the US and Russia have not yet involved trilateral discussions with Russia. Sorry, the US and Europe haven't involved Russia, as you just explained to me. But where do peace talks stand right now? And do you think President Trump can put any further pressure on Putin to not escalate?
He can put a lot of pressure, but all the pressure will do is force an escalation. I think that this has been the lesson of the last few years. I mean, we should talk. I mean, there have been these informal talks, but precisely why Russia has designated Kirill Dmitriev and not Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister. Yes, Putin has met Witkoff, but it seems that the spirit of Alaska quickly was exhausted, which was actually taking into account Russia's demands. No NATO, a demilitarized, relatively neutral Ukraine, and so on. These elements are ignored. So you've got to have a peace before you can actually have security guarantees which would support that peace, and we're simply a long way from that at the moment.
And I feel like Russia has always stood in exactly the same place it did at the beginning of the war. Doesn't seem to make any sacrifices at all. Professor Richard Sakwa, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, former far-right French leader Marine Le Pen is in court in Paris today as she attempts to fight for her political future. Le Pen was found guilty of embezzling EU funds last year, banning her from running for public office for 5 years. She does deny the allegations. However, if the ruling is upheld, she will be blocked from standing in the 2027 presidential election. Let's get the latest from Arabiya English presenter Catalina Marchand de Aubrey, who is in the studio with me. Catalina, so there's a lot happening today, of course, in France when it comes to Marine Le Pen. Can you just tell us what this appeal trial is all about and also what happened in court today?
Well, just to summarize a bit for you, Leigh Ann, Marine Le Pen has returned to Paris to this appeals court to challenge her original conviction for misusing millions of euros in European Parliament funds, a verdict that originally led to her 5-year ban from public office and amongst the other penalties that she is trying to overturn. So what is at stake here? So that's her entire political career and presidential ambitions as Marine Le Pen plays. This is her last card to be able to run for the 2027 French presidential election. So the appeal hearing began today and it will run through February 12th with a decision expected by this summer 2026. So the key issue now is whether the conviction and the ban to hold office will be upheld, reduced or overturned. So if the ban stands, she would remain ineligible to run in France's 2027 presidential elections. The result today, Le Pen has 5 weeks to turn the cards in her favor and overturn this ban. For Marine Le Pen and her followers, they're saying a lifetime of work and political service to be defined in 1 month. So this is still a developing story.
A developing story, as you say, a month. But let's talk a little bit about the 2027 election, because actually 2027 is next year, so it's not that far away. But if the ban on public office is upheld, as you just said, how could that possibly reshape the election we'll see in France next year? Because I don't know where Marine Le Pen stands in the polls. I'm sure you could tell me that. And how strong is her likely successor, Jordan Bardella, who we've heard a lot about?
Right, so it's being shaped anyways, because you can't really talk about Marine Le Pen without talking or mentioning her protege, Jordan Bardella, who is also the National Rally president. He's actually become the public face of the party while Le Pen is dealing with her legal battles. So if her ban is upheld, Le Pen would be blocked, as we've mentioned, from running for president in 2027. So this would clear the path for Bardella to step in as her likely successor. So at just 30 years old, he's been steadily building this public profile as leader of the party, and especially amongst young voters, he's very popular. The latest polls from November actually suggest that Bardella could be a serious frontrunner, even beating mainstream and big political figures in France like Jean-Luc Mélenchon or even Édouard Philippe in some scenarios. So his popularity now rivals and even in some cases surpasses that of Marine Le Pen. Here's some numbers. Around 49% of respondents actually say that Bardella is most likely to be the next president, and compared to just 18% for Marine Le Pen. And this is also true amongst National Rally voters themselves, who say about 70% say he is the stronger candidate. So these are early numbers. They can always change, but they do suggest that Bardella is emerging as the man to beat if he becomes the party's nominee. So French media even say that Le Pen has lost all her aura to Bardella. So even if she is able to overturn this ban, the bigger question might actually be internal. Who does the National Rally choose to be the 2027 frontrunner?
And it's really interesting that, because sometimes Bardella says, oh, I will probably go for the prime minister role, not the president role, but we don't know if that will change because, as we know, polling numbers do always change. But Catalina, Le Pen and her supporters has framed the original conviction as politically motivated in France. How significant are these claims in French political discourse right now?
Right, that's a typical French political discourse, actually. And Le Pen and her allies actually say this conviction, as you said, is politically motivated. So this is an attempt actually to sideline her from the presidential bid. So this claim does resonate strongly with her base and taps into this familiar far-right narrative. So this deep distrust of the establishment. So it's become a major talking point in French politics, particularly amongst, as we said, the far-right and National Rally voters. And it's nothing new. Nicolas Sarkozy made similar arguments with his corruption in Libya case, so claiming that he was being targeted by the courts and by left-leaning media for these political reasons. So this idea of persecution has real traction in France, especially within the far-right ecosystem where the suspicion of institutions is already deeply ingrained, Leigh Ann.
Super interesting. Catalina Marchand de Aubray, as always, thank you so much for joining me in the studio. The UK is under pressure to block access to Grok, following the examples of Malaysia and Indonesia. Elon Musk's AI chatbot allows users to generate images, but has been criticised over its ability to produce sexually explicit deep fakes. The UK Technology Secretary says she would back the move, prompting Musk to accuse the British government of suppressing free speech. Let's get the views and opinions of Rebecca Hudson, Editor-in-Chief of The News Movement. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining me. So the ramping up of rhetoric between Starmer and Musk has been brewing for a couple of weeks now. Why is the UK government threatening to ban X's AI chatbot Grok now?
Yeah, no, and you're completely right. It has been a kind of war of the words between this government and Elon Musk, actually sort of almost predating this issue around Grok. Elon Musk has very much inserted himself into UK domestic politics. At the, last year we had him kind of getting involved in our grooming gang scandal, in migration, and now we are seeing this war of words over Grok, which is the AI tool which people are using to digitally manipulate images of women. We're seeing examples, it's so shocking, of this happening to children. We're seeing kind of women having, professional photographs of themselves distorted, causing huge amounts of distress and humiliation. And also seeing now this really horrific trend where women are having their hijabs removed or their modest dress. So it really is, targeting women and making the online space so deeply unsafe for them. And this has been sort of rambling on in the UK now for well over, a week, which is very unusual, as you know, for a news story, considering how frantic the news cycle is at the moment. And we've seen, as you said, Liz Kendall, who's our Secretary of State for Science, and now Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, saying that what's happening on Grok is disgusting. These are the words he used last night when addressing the Parliamentary Labour Party, and now actually threatening threatening X with sort of taking over Grok. I mean, whether there is a kind of legal precedent or actually the ability to do that, I think probably there isn't, but we are now seeing a much kind of firmer stance from this government. And it's worth remembering that in 2024, this government was elected with a manifesto promise to halve violence against women and girls. Just before Christmas, they announced their big kind of white paper into how they're going to do it. And this is a great test of this government's commitment to that, because just because it's happening online does not mean that it is having a heinous effect on the safety of women in the UK and around the world. So this is, Starmer fulfilling a manifesto promise, but also part of that ongoing row that we've had with Elon Musk since Starmer came to power.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk a little bit about how much danger does Grok and other social media platforms pose for users, because I find it interesting that the UK government is going after Grok, but I understand that other chat platforms can do something very similar.
So exactly, I think that the online space and the real world are now increasingly becoming blurred, and crimes that happen on the internet have real world consequences and vice versa. And so this is why regulating the online space is so challenging, because we're talking about servers and global user bases, and in lots of instances, tech companies that aren't even HQ'd in the UK or the European Union in most instances. So it makes it really difficult. But the idea that you can post a completely innocent picture of yourself online, and it can be seized and manipulated by people who simply want to cause you harm, and it be circulated and seen by millions, if not billions of people, is yet another reminder to young women and girls that they're just not safe. And it's a reminder that you don't enjoy the same freedoms as men, and that your image is not your own, and that you are there is always a chance that you can be abused, which I think is the right word to use here, in the online space. So I think it is incredibly harmful to what it does to putting a ceiling and a self-censoring behaviour on women. But you make a very valid point. This technology is available everywhere. It's worth noting that ChatGPT and Claude, who are those big kind of household AI names, actually don't allow you to make these, to request and query images and to nudify or humiliate women. They just don't allow it. So the technology exists. But equally, there are other kind of bad actors and far less regulated sites that do allow this. The UK at the end of last year banned these apps, these nudify apps that allow you to kind of remove people's clothes without their consent in images. But there are lots of bad actors out there. But Grok, X, Elon Musk, these are big household names, and taking them, holding them to account and taking them to court on this, whether it's kind of the court of public opinion or an actual one, I think is really important message to women and girls everywhere, that you are as welcome and as safe on the internet as anyone else.
And I think the big question happening now is, does Ofcom, of course the UK regulator, have the resources needed to take on the big tech titans such as Elon Musk's X, Rebecca?
I mean, Ofcom is often referred to here as sort of being slightly toothless. It's our regulator. It regulates our broadcast, our airwaves, and now under the Online Safety Bill, it's got the ability to take tech companies to task. So it can now fine companies like X, like Meta, up to 10% of their global profit, or £18 million, depending what's higher, if those companies are seen to be in breach of UK law. How you enforce that with a company that's not HQ'd in the UK is a challenge, and is something we're yet to be seen. And we're also waiting for Ofcom to give us any indication as to when their investigation will be concluded. We know that an investigation has begun, but we don't know whether that's going to be sort of 24 hours, 48 hours, or next week. And so in the meantime, while Grok have said that now this functionality is only available to people who are paying, there is still this online harm happening, and it's probably happening while we speak. So it will be a great test of Ofcom's resolve, but I think the jury is out as to whether it actually has got the resource, the ability, or the might to get this sort of change enacted.
Rebecca Hudson, as always, thank you so much for joining me. A reminder of our top stories. Trump threatens a 25% trade tariff on countries who do business with Iran, as he promises Iranian patriots that help is on its way. 4 people are dead and power cuts are imposed in Ukraine as Russia launches another missile attack despite ongoing US peace efforts. And fighting for her political future, former far-right French leader Marine Le Pen appears in court attempting to overrule her public office ban. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Iran is still at the center of global attention. International headlines focused on deadly crackdown, on a near-total communication blackout, and on rising pressure from Washington. And in the U.S., a growing storm is taking over, from the Department of Justice's probe into the Federal Reserve Chair to fresh legal battles over ICE in Minneapolis. And across the Atlantic, security concerns are in London surrounding China's proposed super embassy. We'll start with Iran as American media outlets continue to cover the protests. President Trump's escalating response with a tone of high urgency and geopolitical stakes. Heavy emphasis was put on death toll estimates, uncertainty on the ground, and also the risk of regional escalation if the U.S. intervenes. The Wall Street Journal reports that Vice President J.D. Vance is leading an internal White House push to try diplomacy first with Iran, even as President Trump leans towards approving new military strikes. The report recounts how Vance and also Secretary of State Marco Rubio are urging Trump to explore Tehran's message, offering nuclear talks, arguing it could deliver U.S. goals with fewer risks than war. The push comes as Iran faces major protests and instability, and aides warn U.S. strikes could indeed fuel regime propaganda and provoke retaliation against American forces. The Economist reports that Iran's regime has intensified its crackdown by imposing its most severe internet blackout yet, cutting connectivity to around 1% since January the 8th. All this to stop protests and also hide violence. What's new is indeed how sophisticated the shutdown has become, according to The Economist. The piece claims that authorities are using advanced methods to block VPNs, reroute internet traffic, and also rely on a controlled domestic internet to keep basic services running. The report says that even Starlink access has become patchy, suggesting Iran may be jamming GPS or signals. Iran remained a major focus across Europe as well, particularly in the UK. Following criticism of Prime Minister Keir Starmer for not proscribing Iran's Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization, The Times reported that he is resisting mounting pressure despite growing concern over Tehran's brutal crackdown on protests. Starmer indeed argues, according to the report, that banning support for the Revolutionary Guard would have little practical effect, echoing former MI6 chief Sir Richard Moore's view that proscription powers are designed for non-state terror groups and not state bodies. The report also highlights the government's alternative approach, including existing sanctions and proposed new legal powers to tackle state threats, though these may be delayed in Parliament. The Telegraph outlines 4 main ways President Trump could indeed intervene in Iran, each carrying serious risks. Options apparently include symbolic airstrikes to send a warning, also a sustained bombing campaign aimed at Iran's security forces, and an extreme move targeting Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, or even a cyber campaign to disrupt the regime and help protesters communicate. The piece also cites analysts who warn intervention could backfire by triggering a rally around the flag effect, while major military action would require resources not yet deployed, and also it could spark wider regional conflict. The Financial Times reported that President Trump has sharply escalated pressure on Iran by announcing an immediate 25% tariff on any country that continues doing business with Tehran. The report notes the move could hit indeed major economies such as China and India, with trade data suggesting more than 100 countries had some level of trade with Iran in early 2025. However, it also notes that the White House has offered few details on exactly how the sweeping tariff threat would actually be enforced. Another big story that grabbed headlines in America was the Department of Justice probe into federal chair Jerome Powell. The Washington Post reported that housing finance regulator Bill Pulte played a key role in encouraging President Trump to target Jerome Powell, including also a recent Mar-a-Lago meeting where he reportedly presented a wanted poster and discussed investigating Powell. The piece notes the White House's denial of any prior knowledge of the Justice Department's probe by President Trump. It also details how Powell's critics inside and also around the administration amplified scrutiny over the Fed's expensive headquarters renovation. The piece certainly highlights the political campaign behind the extraordinary investigation. Jason Furman wrote in the New York Times saying the Trump administration's Department of Justice probe into Jerome Powell is already backfiring. The author argues that instead of weakening Powell, the probe has strengthened his position and rallied support for the Fed's independence. He also notes markets only dipped slightly, but the political reaction was indeed sharper. The article highlights Republican Senator Tom Tillis and others who signaled they may block Federal Reserve nominations until the investigation ends. The result, Furman argues, is that Powell is now more likely to stay longer, and any Trump-backed successor will face tougher scrutiny. On the Minneapolis shooting, Politico reported that the state of Minnesota is suing the Trump administration to block a planned surge of thousands of ICE officers into Minneapolis and St. Paul, further escalating tensions. The report explains, or according to the report, the state and both cities want a judge to immediately remove the agents, arguing that the development violates constitutional protections, including the 10th Amendment. The piece also notes that while protests have continued indeed since the shooting, the federal government has defended the officer, dismissing the lawsuit as politically motivated, and also saying that immigration enforcement is a federal responsibility. And we'll end with a Telegraph, which revealed unredacted plans for China's proposed London super embassy it has obtained. The piece reveals an underground complex of 208 hidden rooms, including one chamber built extremely close to fiber optic cables carrying sensitive financial and internet data for the City of London. The paper says the room includes hot air extraction systems, raising fears of surveillance equipment, and would require demolition and rebuilding of a basement wall near the cables. The piece also highlights critics' warnings that the site could indeed enable espionage, but the government says security risks are being addressed as planning approval is considered. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies, always on Al Arabiya English.
A strategic chess move or a dangerous game of risk? Israel has become the first and the only country to recognise Somaliland as a sovereign nation. And in doing so, it has inserted itself into the centre of a complex geopolitical choke point. We'll debate the implications. That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, in a major step towards full market liberalisation, Saudi Arabia opens its equity market to foreign investors. We'll be discussing the significance of that announcement. And as oil markets digest recent events in Venezuela, we ask what impact, if any, could this have on the Saudi economy? And with plans for 2 Trump real estate projects in Riyadh, plus a Trump tower in Jeddah, we speak to the 2 men bringing these projects to life, Eric Trump and the CEO of Dar Global, Ziad Al-Shar. And some 300,000 people in Saudi Arabia gave up smoking last year. This as the country moves towards a future in which smoking is not the norm. Now, straight to our top story. Saudi Arabia has removed long-standing restrictions on the market access and opened up its equity market for foreign investors. Well, this means that non-residents will be able to trade directly on the main exchange from the 1st of February. Well, this lowering of entry barriers is seen as a major step towards full market liberalisation, and it's hoped that attracting foreign inflows will have the effect of breathing new life into the stock market. Well, Saudi equities rallied on the news, with analysts saying that the reform could pave the way for billions of dollars in future investment. Well, we're joined now by Cornelia Meyer, who is the economist and CEO of Meyer Resources. She joins us from Bern in Switzerland. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Let's start by talking about this announcement of a lowering of the barriers to entry and the relaxation of rules relating to foreign investors in Saudi Arabia. How significant do you think this is?
I think it's very significant. And first of all, hello, Happy New Year, and thank you for having me. But it's very significant. You had especially also the allowance of more investment into the real estate sector is important because the kingdom is underinvested, woefully underinvested in real estate. They say they need something like 600,000 homes. I think they need more. And, you know, with homes, there is then electricity, roads, water, sewage, all of this. So these are major, major investments. So this is good. And we saw, you know, a few decades back, Dubai did this and the UAE did this, and it really gave a kickstart to the real estate sector. So I'm excited about this. I'm also excited about some of the restrictions that you had on on capital markets and investments, which are going away. So I think this will be big. You saw in September when they announced they would do this, when the Financial Markets Authority announced they would do it, the stock market immediately went up. So I expect this to be very good news for the kingdom indeed.
Okay, well, that's a good positive note to start on. A top story we've had our eye across here at Al Arabiya for the last few days has, of course, been Venezuela. Lots to say there. And, of course, we're talking about the country with the largest known oil reserves in the world. Do you think developments there are having any particular impact on oil markets and, in turn, on the Saudi economy?
In the short run, no, because whilst Venezuela is a whale when it comes to reserves, they're a mere midget when it comes to production. You know, according to OPEC, in November, they produced 934,000 barrels a day. It's less than 1% of global production. So that will not move the needle at all. What might move the needle somewhat is what we've seen with the two shadow fleet ships which were, occupied. One of them, despite having a Russian flag, because that must make Iran and Russia a little bit worried in terms of how they can move their crude. However, as I said to you before, one swallow a summer does not make. So, out of hundreds and hundreds of shadow vessels, 2 are not that big.
Okay, well, good to get your thoughts on that. Now, just looking ahead to the year ahead, the 2026 borrowing plan has now been approved for this fiscal year, and that's going to cover the projected budget deficit for the year. What are your overall thoughts about the year ahead for Saudi Arabia? And I'm just wondering as well whether you see oil prices further affecting the budget calculations.
I never predict oil prices. That's one thing I've learned in many, many years of looking at oil markets. That's one thing I've learned not to do. Yes, but oil prices do matter. But, 2024 and 2025 were the first 2 years where the Saudi GDP, there was less oil contribution to Saudi GDP than from other sectors. So in other words, Vision 2030 is starting, 2030 is starting to firmly gain hold. So I think that's that. In terms of borrowing capacity, Saudi is at about 36% debt to GDP by the end of this year. So it's, compare that to Japan, compare that to the US, compare that to anybody else. They have huge debt capacity. They're doing the right thing. And it's not just covering the deficit, it's also covering the debt service, which I think is very important to see that they cover both.
Okay. Just looking at the situation in Iran, any thoughts there as far as impact and spillover?
Well, Iran can move the needle way more than Venezuela because, again, according to OPEC statistics, in November 2025, they produced 3.22 million barrels a day. That's roughly around 3% of global production. That's a little bit more. But it's not just about how much oil is produced, where is the oil going. It's also about stability because we're very lucky in the Middle East to have GCC, to have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to have UAE, to have Kuwait, Oman, which are bastions of stability. But, other than that, look at Iraq, look at Syria. Still, Syria is difficult. Look at Yemen. This is not the most stable region in the world. So we don't want to see another, I think nobody in the Middle East in particular wants to see another island of instability in what is already not that easy a region.
Sure. And when we look at the fluctuations in oil prices and how they're so severely affected by geopolitical events thousands of miles away, just goes to show, doesn't it, that the bid to diversify the Saudi economy and grow non-oil activity, so important, isn't it?
It's important, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a real visionary. You know, he set that out about 10 years ago, the Vision 2030, and that's really what needed to happen. And it is not just bid to diversify away. It's also where we're consuming more oil than we ever did. But you know, it's the world is changing, and other sources of energy are becoming important as well. So making sure you are not a one-trick pony is an extremely important thing, and all we can do is congratulate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince on that.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to share that with us. Cornelia Meyer, economist and CEO of Meyer Resources, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
Let's get a brief check of some of the other stories we're following for you now. Saudi Basic Industries Corp, the world's largest petrochemicals maker, is selling 2 overseas businesses for a combined $950 million. SABIC says the divestments will sharpen focus on higher return segments, free up capital, and maintain strategic market access. Business confidence in Saudi Arabia continued to strengthen in December, with the index rising 2.2% to 62 points. That is well above the neutral level. Official data shows that optimism across key non-oil sectors, including industry, services and construction, and it's driven by stronger expectations for sales, investment and employment. According to the Ministry of Commerce, more than 486,000 commercial registries were issued over the course of the past year, bringing the total number of active businesses in the kingdom to more than 1.8 million. Well, company registrations were up 20% in 2025 compared to the previous year. AI, tourism, cybersecurity and virtual reality all saw a sharp uptick, highlighting the push towards diversification across the Saudi economy. Saudi Arabia's national maritime fleet grew by 32% in 2025, placing the kingdom second amongst G20 countries for fleet growth. Well, the increase reflects rapid development in the maritime sector, very much in line with the National Transport and Logistics Strategy, which aims to position Saudi Arabia as a global logistics hub. And according to the aviation analytics firm Cirium, the national carrier Saudia ranked second globally for on-time arrivals in 2025. The airline recorded 86.5% punctuality rate across more than 200,000 flights. Well, the ranking is seen as a reflection of operational efficiency, and it supports the kingdom's growing tourism ambitions under Vision 2030. Now, a Trump Tower is planned for the coastal city of Jeddah, and Dar Global, the real estate developer, has officially awarded the main works contract for that project to the Arabian construction company. Well, the 47-story building will become one of the tallest towers in Jeddah. Well, there are 2 other Trump-branded projects planned for Riyadh. Well, I sat down with Eric Trump, the executive vice president of the Trump Organization, and Ziad Al-Shar, who is the CEO of Dar Global. Well, together, these 2 men are working hand in hand to bring these projects to life. Well, we're joined here by Eric Trump, who is the Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization. A very warm welcome to you. We're also joined by Ziad Al-Shar, who is the Chief Executive of Dar Global. Let me start by asking you, Mr. Trump, how many years have you been coming to Saudi Arabia, and how have you seen the skyline of cities like Riyadh evolve over the years?
I've been coming to the Middle East for many years, 20 plus years, and I've been coming to Saudi for 6-7 years at this point. Been here many, many times, and love the country, love the people, love the projects that we're embarking on. Dar, Ziad, the entire team, they're incredible. They're the best in the world at what they do, and we're partnered in a lot of different places, but we had an unbelievable success in Jeddah, as I think you know very well. We're building one of the most beautiful buildings anywhere in the world in Jeddah, right on the water. We're incredibly proud of it. Obviously, we're coming into Riyadh in a very big way right now. We're working on other projects in the region. In Oman, spectacular project. That's hotel, golf course, as well as an incredible hotel in Dubai. And so we're doing a lot of things together and others, and incredibly proud of it. But we love everything we're doing in Saudi. The country has treated us unbelievably well. The growth, the explosive growth in the country is incredible. What they're doing right here in Riyadh, the vision for Riyadh is unbelievable. I'd say it rivals anything anywhere in the world, and we're incredibly proud to be here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about some of the projects in detail in just a moment, but have you ever seen so many massive projects being launched simultaneously as are happening right here in Saudi Arabia right now?
Yeah, so I was driving last night and I tapped my wife on the leg and I said, look at that skyline. You know, I've never seen so many cranes in my life. And I've seen the boom of Dubai and I've seen the boom of a lot of different places. And what they're doing with the Diriyah project is unbelievable. The scale, the scope. The level of detail that they're going in, the excavation of the rock to literally use in every single wall, the preservation of the old kind of, castles. And I mean, it's really an incredible thing that they're doing, and they're doing it with tremendous heart and soul. And I think a lot of people from around the world should look at that project and see what they're doing, because that's going to set a great benchmark for so much of the world.
Zia, let me turn to you. We've spoken in the past, and it's great to have you on the show again. But I'm told a lot of your ideas, both of your ideas together, are born on the golf course. Just tell us how the partnership with the Trump Organization came about.
So the interest in the brand started a long time ago, because when you want to do a golf project around the globe today, you only have one brand to look at, which is the Trump Organization. So this started a long time ago with golf in the region. And obviously, when we wanted to do more golf projects, you have one brand of luxury, exclusivity, and delivery for the customer. Not only luxury and exclusivity, it's a brand that delivers to the people who are enjoying those houses and golf courses and golf clubs.
Okay, and what do you think the Trump brand means in this region?
So, when you look at the brand, since its inception, it has always been a brand synonymous with exclusivity, luxury, delivery to the customer, enjoyment. And going into a Trump property has always been like going to an event. Not just, having a house or enjoying a round of golf. It's just going to an event. So it's always like an eventful brand that people enjoy.
Yeah, and we've seen it firsthand. How does the partnership work? DAR licenses the Trump name. How does all of that work?
They're a local partner in our region. There's markets that we have tremendous expertise in. There's other markets where it's going to be much harder, right? Culturally, language barriers, type of construction, type of zoning, how you absolutely navigate. So it's really important for us to have a local partner in a region. You come into the Middle East, you want to have the strongest company, and DAR is exactly that, and so it works really well. Our architects, our engineers, our interior designers, our sales team, obviously marketing efforts, media efforts, everything is coordinated. I mean, we're effectively one team, and obviously we're going to operate the properties, we're going to run, we're going to manage every aspect of them, we're going to operate the golf courses, we're going to operate the hotels. But it's great to have that institutional boots on the ground knowledge of who's going to be your best contractor, who's going to be your best civil engineer, who's the best people to bring this to life, because listen, real estate's incredibly local, and so no different than we'd be the best person to do that in a New York or a Miami or a Florida. There's no better company in the world to execute that vision in the Middle East than DAR and Ziad. And Ziad and I have worked together for a long time, a very long time, and I mean it when I say this, the best, the most professional, the most fun, that matters to us, right? I mean, we can do every project in the world. We have the option of doing every project in the world, and we're really, really selective on the projects that we undertake. Very, very few. I don't want to be one of the big brands. I don't want to have 14 hotels in every city. I want to have one, and I want that hotel to be the absolute best. I want to have one golf course, and I want it to be the absolute best in every country. We're about building icons. That's all we want to do. We want to build the most iconic projects anywhere in the world, and that's who certainly Ziad is. That's what DAR is embracing on doing, and that's why I think we're gonna win this race. We're gonna win the race on price per square foot. We're gonna win the race on absolute quality, and we're gonna have a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, if there's anything you'd like to add to that, because I mean, we had Mr. Trump saying there, you're one team, two strong names. But what sets you apart in this crowded market with all those cranes we were just hearing about?
You see, I want to deviate a little bit from the pure real estate play, because we are embarking this month in particular on something that we've been waiting for years, which is the opening up of the Saudi market for international investment. And when a market opens up, especially after a long time, and you bring into that market an international big brand like the Trump brand, this helps you to market these properties to the globe. And consequently, the real estate developer will move from just being a housing provider or an entertainment project provider to becoming part of the FDI of that country. Because we plan to bring in the 125 nationalities who already deal with us in the other countries in which we operate to Saudi Arabia and become part of the integral evolution of foreign investment in the country.
Right, so you're going to see a whole new demographic of real estate investors, because not only has the stock exchange opened up to foreign investors, also
Exactly,
the real estate market,
exactly,
as you say.
exactly.
Have you got any delivery dates for us for any of the Trump projects here in Saudi Arabia?
So between the Trump Tower in Jeddah, the project we're launching tonight, and even the project we're launching on Monday, everything is going to be delivered by 2030.
And where do you see this partnership at the end of the decade?
I don't see it at the end of the decade. I don't see the end to something that is really working, that is delivering to the markets, to the countries, to the customers. This is a continuous, successful relationship.
I've heard you, Mr. Trump, expressing frustration with the business environment in Europe, and you know how there's a lot of regulation, a lot of red tape gets in the way. How do you find doing business here in terms of regulation?
Incredible. It pains me to say that. I've got a lot of property in Europe. You know them very well. I've got property in Scotland. I've got property in Ireland. We've got property all over the place. And Europe has lost its way, and my mom was European. I pretty much grew up in Europe. Everything's a no. Everything's a struggle. Everything's difficult. Everything's expensive. Energy, they've lost their energy policy. And everything is incredibly difficult, and it's really, really sad, because Europe is an incredible place with incredible people, but everything is difficult when you're developing there. You compare that to the Middle East, you compare that to certainly Saudi Arabia, you compare that to the UAE, you can have a couple people say, yes, that's a beautiful project, that's a smart project, let's get it done. You're not going to have obstructionists that obstruct for no purpose whatsoever, that just don't believe in forward progress. This is a region that looks forward. It doesn't look backward. I think Europe, unfortunately, is a region that so oftentimes looks backward and doesn't look forward. And so I can tell you, building in the Middle East is conducting business is substantially easier than conducting business in Europe. And again, that pains me to say. I'd love nothing more than to have a super easy business environment in Europe. Unfortunately, it just does not exist.
You mentioned Diriyah just a moment ago, and Jerry Anzarillo is, I think, a mutual friend of all of ours. He's a friend of this program, and he teased this possibility of a collaboration with the Trump organization in Diriyah. Have you got any details you could perhaps offer us on that front?
So Jerry's been a friend for many, many years, going back to the casino days in Atlantic City. It's actually funny, I ran into Jerry right here in Saudi on our first trip, just kind of off the cuff. And Jerry's a wonderful guy, and what he's been doing with Diriyah is incredible, and the vision and the master plan is beyond. And I think the leadership of this country deserves a tremendous amount of credit. Very few countries anywhere around the world would take on such kind of a bold initiative and make it happen as quickly as they are. And obviously Jerry's a big part of that. And so Jerry's a friend to Ziad. He's a friend to certainly myself. He's a friend to our entire family. I mean, he's known my father for probably 40 years, and he probably knew me when I was a small little kid running around, and so it's fun to see these worlds link back up on the other side of the globe.
Indeed. We'll have to wait and see what he's got in store and what you've got in store collectively with Diriyah. You've both been exploring real estate tokenization. That's a first, I gather. And just for the benefit of our viewers, that means fractional ownership backed up by a blockchain technology. How did that come about, Ziad?
You see, always with the Trump organization is breaking the paradigms and really starting something that works rather than keep on trying what has never worked. And a lot of companies and a lot of institutions have been toying with tokenization since 2015, and they've been tokenizing assets. And when we had this discussion, it was clear that tokenization of assets does not work because it draws down a very small return. And this is where we came up with the idea of tokenizing at the level of the development itself and involving those investors who are today in this virtual world, in this crypto world, in the development of hotels where they can earn an IRR or an annual rate of return, which is much more attractive than tokenizing 10 apartments somewhere and earning 1.5% per annum. So this is where we started with the Trump Hotel in the Maldives, which is going to be an amazing property delivered in the next 3 years. And we're tokenizing at the development level, and it's an absolute first, always an absolute first with the Trump organization.
Yeah, and you've worked in blockchain in a previous role, and you're a self-professed crypto evangelist. So no surprise that this initiative came about, perhaps.
Listen, here's the reality of the world. Everything's going to be tokenized. Art's going to be tokenized. Hollywood's going to be tokenized. Commodities, oil, gas, they're going to be tokenized. The way money moves around the financial system is going to be very, very different. It's very different today than it was 3 years ago. And I personally believe you probably won't have the SWIFT system in a 5-year period of time because there's nothing that blockchain can't do better, faster, cheaper, more transparently. You have some of the greatest digital asset classes. Look at Bitcoin, probably the greatest return of any asset class anywhere on Earth, about 70% a year on average, year over year. For the last 10-year period of time, you look at the development of stablecoins and the ease of use of stablecoins. This is getting ingrained in people, and so there's no doubt that real estate's going to become tokenized, and that's exactly what Ziad and I are working on in a very big way. The way the financial system interacts is going to change. The way real estate is purchased is going to change. In fact, Ziad and I were the first people, and it made tremendous news. I said, Ziad, do you mind if I go up on stage and say we're going to actually accept cryptocurrency for the purchase of apartments for Trump International Hotel and Tower Dubai at the launch? And I said that. The audience went absolutely crazy. And I think there was more articles about that, and we were the first people to do that.
Yes, there are.
Cryptocurrency is here to stay. Cryptocurrency right now is roughly where the internet was in 98, 99. That's how much growth there is left in it, and it's exploding every day. Obviously, America's leading the way, and frankly, the Middle East is right behind. It's right there. The amount of love for kind of crypto-based projects, blockchain-based projects, is incredible. And last but not least, there's a lot of problems that blockchain solves for real estate. Title. Why can't all title, instead of being done in some title office using antiquated paper, why can't that be done vis-a-vis blockchain? The way the actual money's paid, the way brokers is paid. There's a lot of things that blockchain can do to simplify and actually really enhance real estate, and we plan to exploit a lot of those things.
Okay, we appreciate you sharing that with us, and we appreciate both of you
Thank
talking
you.
to us. We want to keep the conversation going and keep hearing more about successes in the real estate world from both of you. Eric Trump, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization, thank you very much indeed to you.
Thanks
and
for
thank you
having
to you, Ziad Al-Shah, Chief Executive of DAR Global.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
And finally, improving quality of life and reducing preventable health risks are central to Vision 2030. And with that in mind, we've got some good news to end with. 300,000 people in Saudi Arabia gave up smoking last year. Well, young Saudis are leading the way, quitting earlier than in previous generations. It seems the kingdom is moving towards a future where smoking is not the norm. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal, only here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Until then, goodbye.
are watching this report on TV or on your mobile phone, you are committing a sin. And if you take part in political activity, as a candidate or as a voter, this is forbidden. And never keep photos of yourself at home or allow anyone to take them. New York, the dazzling city known for its nightlife, its crowded streets, and the Statue of Liberty. In all its modern lifestyle, its urban sophistication, its fast pace of life, architecture, and advanced technology, and yet only about 300 kilometers away from New York lies the state of Pennsylvania, which is home to the largest Amish community in the world, a religious group that has voluntarily given up modern freedoms and abandoned contemporary technology in order to preserve their traditional way of living. Our team boarded a train from New York to Pennsylvania on a special mission to learn more about this group in a journey that felt like stepping into a time machine.
His tender mercy, who through life has been my guide.
This Christian community stands as a clear example of people who willingly hold on to their old beliefs, choosing freely to remain committed to a way of life built on traditional farming and handcrafted work. They continue to follow these long-standing practices with intention and devotion, quietly setting aside the modern developments and technological changes that surround them in the world today. But how far can a community cling to the past in a world ruled by technology? Pastor Gregory welcomes us into his church to share his experience living among the Amish and how their beliefs differ from the Protestant Christianity followed by most Americans.
They're just people that are living like in another time frame. Most people, we go with the flow. When cars came along, we gave up our horses. When cell phones came along, we gave up our landlines. We just go with all the technology, but they have held back on that on purpose. I think because they want to have a slower lifestyle, more thoughtful lifestyle, more contemplative, and not be influenced by the things that go with these advances. It's a mixed bag. There's blessings in the technology, but there's also some dangers as well, and they try to stay away from that.
The Amish believe that good deeds in this life lead to salvation in the next. Unlike most Christian churches, baptism is not done at birth, but at the age of 18. At that age, one chooses whether to remain with the Amish community and be baptized, or leave it with no ties.
Well, I was born Amish till I was 5, and then my parents changed to the Mennonite church. Playing with cousins wasn't a problem at all. Children get along with children. But when you get into adults, especially my grandparents, they were really strict, staunch Amish. We didn't eat at the same table with them. I remember one time we had one big table, but they put a divider down the middle. Mom and Dad sat over here, and then the rest of them. What I do now is just respect their way of life.
And the people are generally very personable. They don't like their pictures taken, but they will be willing to talk to you. A man named Sam Stoltzfus. He lives here in Gordonville, Lancaster County, next to the church where I pastor. But this man is a resident historian for Gordonville. He's written Lancaster County Amish History is one of them. And he recently, well, I think it was 2016, he said, he took a trip to Germany. And he has pictures, and it's like a travel log of his experience in going to Germany. So things don't get collected. People give these notes, or I write notes, and I put the envelopes in.
Pastor Gregory arranged for us to meet his Amish friend, the historian Samuel, who agreed to speak only if his face was not shown, as photography conflicts with Amish beliefs against portraying humans.
We don't believe in having our photographs taken because of the graven image Ten Commandments, second commandment. We have 350,000 Amish people in North America. They're scattered all the way from Montana to Delaware to Virginia, New York State. There's Amish people in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi. Then there's also Beachy Amish. They don't drive cars, but they have tractors. Almost 40,000 Amish people in Lancaster County.
The Amish are known for their distinct appearance. Men grow beards but shave the mustache, and women cover their hair and dress modestly.
We always wear plain clothes, plain suits, plain shirts. Now, we don't always make our own clothing. We buy some. You can buy some tailor-made. And dresses, the girls wear white before they're married. Organdy, we call it. Then when they get married, then they wear colored dresses. The white dress, when you get married, is laid back, and that's their funeral garb. Or when a lady gets to be 35 and not married, then she'll switch over to colored dress.
The Amish trace their origins to the 17th century, when a Swiss spiritual leader named Jakob Ammon founded the movement, aiming to return the church to its original teachings and old religious traditions, believing the Mennonite church had strayed from them. Ammon also wanted a simple, humble lifestyle aligned with the teachings of the Bible.
The Amish people came here in the 1700s to Pennsylvania, Lancaster County, at the same time that many other people were coming, Christians who were experiencing persecution in Europe. William Penn and others had purchased land here and made land available for them to come, where they would have religious freedom, freedom to teach their children, have their own schools, and live like that. Many of them were farmers and stayed to be farmers throughout most of their life and throughout the history of Lancaster County.
They all came from Germany and Switzerland, Europe, and they all taught Pennsylvania Dutch. And that's English and German and Dutch together. So that's why they taught Pennsylvania Dutch.
It's very interesting how at that time, back in the 1700s, that the communication got from America to Europe that, oh, there's freedom here, and why don't you come and live here? But many of them did, and records exist of boatloads of immigrants coming from Europe to America, arriving in Philadelphia, moving westward as land became available.
We've been keeping that pretty well. Our church services are in Pennsylvania Dutch and German. Always in Pennsylvania Dutch and 50% German. Our scriptures are in German. Our communion services are in German. So it's just something we've always kept.
The Amish prefer to have their children schooled in their own private schools, and that is permitted here in Pennsylvania. Usually their students go to about the 8th grade, do not go to further higher education. Some of them might continue into high school.
We've seen this from day one. We started our own schools in 1928 because the sports were taking over and they wanted the Amish to go to high schools, and we didn't feel that was very necessary. Well, we have to go to school till we're 15. In 1956, that was a big issue. Finally, they got together on how they were going to do this, and now they have a 14-year-old school. After you're through the 8th grade, you go to 1 year to that until you're 15. And then they teach German, farm economics, and things like that. The ladies will learn cooking, housekeeping, which they have anyway. They knew it anyway.
Nowadays, the ministry taught more English than High German. It makes it easier for everybody. But they still use a lot of German too.
Amish girl will go to Amish school, And when she gets out of school, she can be a helper when she's 15 or 16. If she's a helper for a year or two, she has the groundwork to be a teacher. They don't all make it, but 90% of them do. They do a good job.
Their schools are usually taught by a younger single lady, and they do have a training, although it's very short, a training program for their teachers. And when they get to the point that they might marry, she should no longer continue teaching, because if she's married, she should be living at home, taking care of her children.
The Amish face many challenges, including the high cost of land, which pushes many away from farming toward working in shops. Here in the central market, young men and women sell their local products, attracting visitors from all around.
I grew up in Lancaster. I think the market's such a great part of our history. It's actually the oldest, largest continuously operating market in the country. So that's like a really cool thing.
The Amish today work with other people. They participate in community activities, especially with local fire companies. All of our fire companies are volunteer. The Amish have lovely farms, and they have farm buildings, barns, and they need protection, and so they cooperate with other people in the community as well.
Here's a fire company. The Amish help a lot at the fire company.
Some people confuse the Amish with the Mennonites, as both share European roots and have similar beliefs. They are essentially spiritual cousins.
I'm not Amish, we're Mennonite. We're not quite as strict. We all have electricity and telephones, but we don't have cell phones and no computers. And we don't have the beards, and the dress is a little different. We all drive horse and buggy too. Now there's some Mennonites that drive cars. There's a lot of different groups of Mennonites.
We always work together with the Mennonites. So if it goes to the worst, it comes to bat, sometimes those people will step up for us, which gives you a good feeling. We do a lot of comforts for MCC. It's sort of a quick put-together blanket, quilt, Ukraine, Jerusalem. They send a lot of stuff over to those cities. People don't have enough to eat or have enough to wear.
The Amish maintain strong social and economic ties, especially with the Mennonites. The Amish refer to anyone outside their community as outsiders, regardless of background.
It's a mix. They'll use our services as English people. They will use our technology, our transportation when they need to, but they rely upon themselves mainly for their day-to-day living in their home life. Some of them actually have vehicles, but not for their own purpose. They use it for business purposes. I work for a hardscape company up in New Holland, where the owner had 3 big diesel trucks. He had cell phones, he had office computer equipment and so forth, but he himself would have to be transported by a driver to get to the job locations to give the estimates and then to check up on the work.
Amish buggies differ in shapes and types and uses. There are summer buggies, winter buggies, family wagons, cargo wagons, and more. Power companies used us to show us some of his personal buggies.
go through the There's the blinking lights. It's the headlights. This is actually my buggy here. I use this quite a bit in the summer. They are head and base. Helps a little for the rain too. You look around more and gets you a good ride.
We believe in using horses and on the road and in the field, because if we would start buying cars and buying tractors, we would go way too fast. Our young folks, when they get 16, we get them a horse and a buggy, and that's the way they travel.
Amish like to stay as a community. They have very strong families, and so they don't drive cars because that would take them away from their family and away from the community, perhaps into a city where there might be other influences that might not be to the benefit of their families. And they've kept using horsepower for their farm work as well. And so you'll see horses out in the field pulling plows and different kinds of equipment all the way.
Packing up the dreams God planted in the fertile soil of you. Can't believe
it can add up to the price of a car when you have a horse and buggy together. They have different upholstery. He said they can have seating, front row seat, you have a back row seat. So the single guys, he was just going to have a front row seat. He didn't need a back row because he wasn't married.
But we'll keep you close as always. It won't even see you go.
The buggies all have halogen bulbs now. In the last 20 years, they got much brighter. The headlights and the tail lights, so you can see them. And the boys that ride scooter, I meet a bunch of them going to work, 5 or 6 of them going to work in the morning. And they have a light they put on their hat so they could see, and then they have a flashing light in the back for safety.
Among the Amish, forgiveness and rejection of violence are core values, to the extent that they do not join the army. Even so, their punishment is harsh for those who break their rules. For example, if members violate Amish church guidelines and refuse to confess or leave the group, they face expulsion, which in their community is called shunning, as happened with the Miller family.
They keep their horse feed in here. You go into an Amish-owned store to buy something, they won't take money from you. You have to lay it on the counter, and they'll pick it up. They won't take it out of your hands. They'll ride in a car with ex-Amish, but you're not allowed to drive. They can't. I have to drive because I was never baptized in the church like my parents were. So it gets a little touchy, I guess.
'Cause our hearts in we'll keep the love that keeps us strong, and friends of friends forever. If the Lord's the Lord of them, and a friend will not say never, 'cause the welcome will not end.
They have mud sales every year, and they could have $5 million coming in. They sell everything imaginable, household quilts and farm equipment, and they sell horses some places, and quilts could bring over $1,000 for quilts and auction them off. But because it's a fundraiser for the fire company, they don't mind paying twice as much as what you would maybe buy it at a store. You might get 5,000 people showing up at the sale. English and Amish, they go together, and Mennonites, and sell buggies and horses.
And we got the Wilbur out of a 35.
Mud auctions, as they are called among the Amish, are one of the major traditional events in their culture. These auctions are held every spring with many community members and neighboring groups participating. They sell many items including handmade furniture, farm equipment, horse-drawn wagons and local foods. This event is a chance to raise donations and also a special social occasion where Amish people and visitors meet to enjoy the auction and exchange stories and experiences.
A harder life, riding a bicycle, pushing a scooter, which would use one foot on the platform, and the other foot they use to push. I mean, it's a lot harder. It's slower. It's a slower life. And I said to one Amish lady, you know, you're kind of away from the world, kind of a thing. But she said, you know, but we're still tempted. We're still tempted. We're still, you know, it's part of life. Not that all of it's bad, but it has its influence. It changes things. So I think as long as they're able to maintain their independence to some degree, they'll be fine.
You on my side, Ben, or not? 22, not 5. And now 22, 22, 5 and 9. So $22 straight down the middle. Number 100. Number 100. 22, 5 and 9. So $22 left side.
The Amish are a very important part of Lancaster County culture. They contribute in many ways to our history and our culture now today. We like having the Amish in Lancaster County.
They are people that add to this area and make it unique. And if we lost the Amish, Lancaster County would be just like anywhere else.
But in this case, from birth, the announcement was made that Jesus is a Savior, a deliverer. In fact, his very name means salvation, means Savior. They shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sin.
For many, this community misses out on much of life's pleasures, but as the Amish say, sometimes the simplest things in life are the best.
A strategic chess move or a dangerous game of risk? Israel has become the first and only country to recognise Somaliland as a sovereign nation, and in doing so has inserted itself into the centre of a complex geopolitical choke point. We'll debate the implications here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. It has its own government, army, currency and passport. But for 34 years, no other country recognised Somaliland's existence until Israel broke that status quo.
I express my wholehearted appreciation to the State of Israel for its brave decision, which reflects both historical continuity and confidence in Somaliland's demonstrated commitment to peace, stability, and responsible governance.
Our friendship is seminal and historic. So I'm very, very happy and I'm very proud of this day, and I want to wish you and the people of Somaliland the very, very best there.
The self-proclaimed republic sits in a strategically important position on the Gulf of Aden. Through its recognition, Israel may be aiming to secure a foothold in the Horn of Africa and counter Iranian and Turkish influence in the region. But like all gambles, it's a risky move. Israel has potentially isolated itself from important regional actors. And more broadly, the African Union warns it could encourage other regions to secede. So on this episode, we'll ask, why has Israel made this move now? What are the broader international implications? And is Somalia heading for domestic unrest or, potentially, civil war? Joining us for this discussion is Ahmed Abdihadi, a Somalian political commentator who's a regular contributor for RTN Somali TV. Tobias Ellwood is back with us, former British Middle East Minister and Conservative Member of Parliament. And rounding out the panel, Awale Shirwa, Horn of Africa political economic analyst and former Minister of Planning and National Development for Somaliland. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us here on Counterpoints. Well, Somaliland unilaterally declared its separation from Somalia in 1991, but in the following 3 decades, no other country had recognised its autonomy until now. Perhaps that's an indicator of just how complex and how fragile the geopolitical situation is in the Horn of Africa and in the broader Red Sea region. So, Awale, let's start with you as a former Somaliland minister. Why now? Many countries have liaison officers, say, in Somaliland, including the UK, Ethiopia and Turkey. So why do you think Israel felt the need to take this further step?
Thank you very much, Melinda. And I'm glad the sentence you started. And I start with correcting that because Somaliland did not exist from 1991. It became an independent country from 26 June 1960, and it got recognition from Britain. So we should establish that. And then it voluntarily united with Somalia, which was Italian Somalia. So we have to establish that, and in 1991, self-determination, it decided to withdraw the union. So that is first what I would like to contribute. Indeed. Your second question, which you said, why now? So first of all, the good answer always comes from the country that grants the recognition. So that is, but probably what you want me to discuss is what I think is the reason. Israel knows why it granted recognition, and it's a very important country in the world. But this is what I would like to share with your audience. The current president, Mohammed Abdullahi, who is a democratically elected president, came to power 1 year ago. The past 35 years, every president, every government appeal to international community in different parts of the world. We reach out to the Muslim world. We started with Somalia. We had negotiations with Somalia. It didn't end. It didn't result. So we moved to the other Muslim world, to the Arab world, to the global, and that continued for the last 3 decades. I come to the now. The president, when he got elected, he wrote to the 40 head of states, directly appealing every one of them to look into the conditions of Somaliland and really grant international recognition. One of the responses came back from Israel, and I think that was the key, and that should be credited to President Abdurrahman Erro, that he appealed to 40 head of states.
But if 40 head of states were appealed to and only Israel is the one that took it up, why do you think Israel wants to recognise now? It could have done it 34 years ago.
And that is another thing. I think Israel was one of the first countries that recognized in 1960 Somaliland. So that is a history that is still there. But what I would like to establish, a view that I want to share with your audience and with you as well. Recognition and non-recognition of a new state is invariably political decision, not legal decision. States extend sovereign recognition to other states based on perceived strategic national interests. And I think why Israel now grants international recognition is exactly that. Is because it's a strategic decision that Israel sees the time is right to recognize Somaliland now because it is interest.
Okay.
Strategic interest.
Ahmed, what do you make of that? Is this purely a move by Israel for its own strategic interests?
I think it's that way because Israelis wanted to get foothold in the Horn of Africa, particularly in the Red Sea, which is a strategic place. And also after recognition, according to the Israeli media, they wanted to establish military surveillance as well as intelligence infrastructure within this corridor. So I think this is the fast move of Israeli government to get foothold in the Horn of Africa. But the wider implications, I think, it's not that good for Somalia, the motherland, and the Somaliland in which my friend here is trying to secede from it. Because this is encourages extremist groups. It's also, Somalia is socially structured on clan identity. So within the main clan that lives in Somaliland, there's also other clans that are not happy with succession and the recognition of Israelis. Also, religious extremist groups are there also. Some of them, maybe hundreds of them, has been recently cracked down or arrested by the Somaliland government. And as you know, this region is extremely fragile region. So I don't think this is a prudent move by Somaliland to seek recognition from Israel, as also is many countries in the world see it as it's a pariah state, a state that's implicated in mass murder of Palestinians. So I don't think that doesn't help the current situation in Somalia as well as in Somaliland.
Tobias, you've visited Somaliland in a political capacity, and as Awale rightfully pointed out, Britain does have a historical past in that region. So give us your perspective on why Israel has taken this step to break the status quo, so to speak, now.
Yeah, I think you highlight two very important but slightly separate questions here. There's the pursuance of independence by Somaliland, which is clearly a long-term project. And then there's the sudden decision by Israel at this moment in time to suddenly say, we now support Somaliland as an independent state. I think the only country in the world to do so. And it's useful to perhaps take those separately. We started off quite rightly by looking at the history, and much of Africa's history is somehow tied to British engagement and control, and Somalia and Somaliland is no different. The key date, I think, is 1960, when both British and Italian parts of Somalia became independent and merged into what we see today as the one country. But when I visited, it was clear that there's a massive feeling of independence, of autonomy in the various parts of the country. It is a federated structure anyway, similar to the United Arab Emirates, in fact, where you are. So, you know, Puntland, Jubaland, the Southwest state, for example, they all have their own separate parliaments. They don't have their own presidents as well. So, and on top of that, you must overlay the chaos that's caused by a very corrupt Mogadishu, a very corrupt central government, and, of course, Al-Shabaab. That's taken full advantage of the chaos, of the absence of good governance, security as well. Somaliland has been interesting because it's managed to exist in an autonomous state, to do well, to look after its own. And so it clearly wants to advance in that direction. I see greater autonomy should be given as a first step before you talk about a breakaway Somaliland, giving, in a similar way, Scotland in the UK, for example, got more powers to run its own affairs. That, I think, is a logical step to take the world with you. What we've now seen is Israel make this decision, and then immediately the world has condemned this. The neighbors, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, the African Union itself, China has also weighed in. There's only a single country, I think, that's sort of stood up and said, well, that's not a bad idea. And that's Prime Minister Netanyahu's friend, Donald Trump. And that takes me very quickly to say, why is Israel doing this now? I think this is what we call in Britain a dead cat. It's a deliberate throwing something on the table to get us all talking about something that isn't Israel. Because if you think of the pile of problems that Israel's currently facing, why would they wander into another foreign policy announcement such as this? We know what's going on in Gaza, how difficult that is. We see what's happening in the West Bank, problems of a Palestinian state. Interesting that they won't recognize a Palestinian state, but happen to recognize something else. And then, of course, the challenge with Iran. So Israel's things coming over the hill, affecting them, are enormous. And yet here they are, making a decision, thrown out there just to keep us busy, and I think distracted from what is actually going on in Israel, in Gaza, West Bank, and so on.
Let me really intervene there. And what Tobias is saying is if Britain and international community want staged phases, the world has 34 years. Britain had 34 years to listen to Somaliland, to talk to Somalia, to recommend that stage you're talking about. But what I would like to say here is that when a state is recognizing another state, it always looks at its interests. The United States last night on the Security Council stated that correctly, and it said Israel is looking at its interests. And what I would like to hear, I'm not defending the Israelis' interest here. What I would like to present is a country, Somaliland, has done 34 years what you expect from any country, recognized or not recognized. Elections, stability. I will not comment on what Ahmed talked about clans, because Somaliland really, Nobel Prize winner is James Robinson, who got Nobel Prize, wrote in his book what Somaliland did, no other countries did, how we did conflict resolution. So Somalia will not lecture us how we deal with resolution, community and clan issues. So we are in a different league in that sense. But what I would like to establish here is Somaliland has been patient for 34 years. So we go back to the Melinda's question, which is really important. Why now and why it matters? I think there are a few points I would like to share quickly, which is the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. Somaliland sits, as you all know, at a straight choke point. And in Djibouti, in Horn of Africa, this is contested area. So many forces and powers. So it is no-brainer that every country, major country, important countries in the region and wider, want to have their footprints in there. So therefore, countries are looking their interests, Israel is looking into their interests. But we are not sitting here, Somaliland, we're looking into our interests as well. We're not engaging these dialogue and these agreements to make disruptions. We believe in actually the opposite. We believe recognize Somaliland will gain more formal, will gain more intelligence, will gain more material. So it will contribute more stability. And I think Israel also has calculated, it will probably, and Somaliland has calculated, there will be short-term backlash from regional actors like Turkey, Egypt, and probably, but that is a low-cost diplomatic backlash, and Israel knows well that these countries are fragmented. They don't have unified interests, so we have to focus this. Okay, I will give.
All right, because Tobias, I see that you want to interject there.
Yeah, I simply say that I support the long-term determination, strategy for Somaliland to become independent. I declare that now, and I couldn't say that as a Foreign Office Minister because it wasn't British policy. But I like the idea of Somaliland being able to stand on its own feet. The strategy, if I may humbly say, has gone awry because what you've not done is lobby, I think, the right countries, nor offer what would be a plausible direction of travel for the whole of Somalia. When you just want to break away and become independent, clearly Somalia itself will be weakened overall. And therefore, having a strategy that allows all parts of Somalia to grow with you, that would be a logical strategy for the area. Because I'm sorry, on the face of it, Israel suddenly, out of nowhere, saying, I support your plans to become independent, actually smack of simply signing up a hopeful ally so that Israel can take on the Houthis just across the water in Yemen. And that may be right or may be wrong. but that's the optics that I'm afraid look very, very clear at the moment. If you want to go down this direction of travel, then get the support of other regional allies, Muslim countries as well. Israel calling out right now, I just think, make it very clear, this is Prime Minister Netanyahu, is a very clear direction that he's trying to take. As I say, what we say in Britain, a dead cat, a distraction from us focusing on what is going on in Gaza, what's going on in the West Bank, what's going on with Iran. We know that area is all in trouble. And suddenly now, what are we talking about now? We're talking about Somaliland.
Ahmed, let me bring Ahmed in. Is Israel using Somaliland, just as pawns in their own games, as Tobias is saying?
I think that is a reasonable explanation, given not only the war in Gaza, but domestically, the Prime Minister Netanyahu is facing legal as well, political challenge, domestic challenge within the country. So he wants to channel his problems. That was even the case of his attack against Iran. If you remember back, he was implicated in the Israeli court system. But apart from the Somali structural fragility, which every country can do whatever it likes to do. Nevertheless, I see this is not wise for Somaliland people because if you want to secede from Somalia, there is established international norms to do so, which is to sit down with the mother country, negotiate with them, and then after negotiation, strike an agreement, and then go for popular voting or memorandum ways as other countries did. Today there is 1,000 or 800 secessionist groups, so the world cannot accommodate all these groups to form a state. So I think people in Somaliland needs to just sit back and ask the question: is Israeli recognition of Somaliland a good starter? I think it's a more problematic, maybe, than what they are about to drive from their recognition.
Okay, Awale, a right of response from you?
Melinda, first of all, this myth that we didn't approach the right approach that's coming from Tobias and Ahmed, I think it's not true. Somaliland has tried the last 34 years in different routes, international, even UK, Turkey, Djibouti. There were dialogue with Somalia. We tried. Somalia couldn't really respect the basic preliminary agreements that has been agreed in these meetings. It has going on for 12 years. So that the world must hear this. Somaliland has tried it. It didn't work. So you cannot hold hostage for 6 million people for 34 years while we see what's happening in Somalia, that they cannot even still held an election. They cannot even have a government beyond their city, which I'm not happy. I'm not saying that. I'm not burying that. But I mean, you cannot hold 6 million people who really fulfill all criteria, who tried to talk to Somalia, because now in front of these two gentlemen, I can confirm as a former minister, we tried different formats. Even we tried negotiation under a not neutral host, which really was pro-Somalia. So I have to establish that. Apart from that, what I would like to conclude here, Melinda, is Somaliland is what is now, the attention it's getting, it is not something else. It's geography where we are in the world. We are located in a very important position. The Britain and the West and the world ignore Somaliland despite all the good things we have done before. We can no longer be ignored. In the multipolar world, where competing powers are competing in our backyards, in our corridors.
But are you happy to have Somaliland be used as a pawn by Israel, if indeed that is what's happening?
Our government and president and minister of presidency clearly answered that question. We went to Israel, to other countries, the same question. So we didn't go with a different question. The same question that Tobias probably used to see when he was a minister, as a UK minister. That's the same question. So that if we get the same answer that we should have get from Britain, which is granting recognition that we need it, we deserve it, that is what we got. The implication is something we can discuss. And as Somaliland, there is a responsibility on our shoulders now that we shouldn't be using it as weaponize it as a strategic proxy war or that kind of. We must try our best to do our homework well.
Okay, I want to stay on international topics just for a little bit longer, and then we are going to go into more of a domestic focus. But because we've been talking a little bit about the geopolitical situation, Israel's recognition obviously comes at an extremely fragile time, both in the Middle East and Eastern Africa, given Somaliland's strategic location. Israel's move does have the potential to upset the balance of power. The African Union, Saudi Arabia, Egypt and Turkey, amongst others, have warned that it could have a destabilising effect across the region. And importantly, it could disrupt, according to regional analysts, control of key shipping lanes that also serve as a route to transfer arms to various places, such as Sudan. So, Tobias, you were talking about distraction, destabilisation. Is Israel bringing fire to a powder keg of this region? Is Israel trying to provoke a conflict?
Whether it's trying to provoke a conflict or not, as I say, I'm saddened by Prime Minister Netanyahu's ability to think strategically. I mean, we've discussed this in previous programs where his superior utility of force in Gaza didn't really lead to any political direction of travel. It was just pure destruction for the sake of it. And now we see him signing up to support Somaliland's push for independence, but all this will do is actually potentially bring war to Somaliland. It's a possibility now that the Houthis will target Israelis, Jews, or so forth, those connected in Somaliland itself. So, as your question implies, it could certainly make the Horn of Africa more dangerous. And then there's Iran as well, is trying to counter Iran's influence. There's an absence of grand strategy as to what you do about the Red Sea region, which, again, as your question implies, seems to be a conduit for weapons and fighters to flow in and out of Eastern Mediterranean and into that neck of the woods. And then, of course, further down, we've got that whole basket case of Sudan as well. So this is a very, very difficult time for East Africa. I would humbly say to our friend from Somaliland, I'm sorry that Britain didn't do enough in my time to listen to your genuine requests to pursue independence. I wish I could have done more. But you're not in good company now with Prime Minister Netanyahu. You really are not. But we're now discussing this. It's back on the international spotlight. So perhaps this is the moment to take advantage of this and offer a potential direction of travel to make your case again, because the world is now looking very carefully at where on earth Somaliland is on the map in many cases, in many diplomatic corridors, and why are you pursuing this, have been pursuing it since the 1990s.
Ahmed, what do you think? I mean, is there, avoiding domestically, because we will come to that in just a moment, but do you think that Israel has maybe miscalculated here, maybe not considered, as Tobias has said, the broader implications of what its recognition could mean for the region?
I don't see Israeli miscalculated. The Prime Minister knows exactly what he's doing here. He's trying to make more conflict in the Horn of Africa, which is already full of crisis and conflicts. So he adds the fragility to another fragility. But the question is not the decision by Israel or the move by the Israeli Prime Minister, is the response by Somaliland elite and Somaliland ruling class, including my friend here. They shouldn't take this bait, and this bait is very dangerous. And I would like to ask my friend a question, which is like, after Union in 1960, the main reason you are trying to secede from Somalia was a moral question. in which the military system brutalized Somaliland, particularly Hargeisa. If that was the motivation that you are looking for secession, why you are now making a company of Benjamin Netanyahu, who is implicated in international justice system and courts and implicated in genocide in Gaza? How you morally make an argument of this?
Wale?
Yes, first of all, I just, as an individual, I have to make it clear that I am not happy, I'm not pro what has happened in Gaza. I feel sorry for Palestinian people, and it's not right what has happened in Gaza. That is, I have to put, I don't want to politicize that. So that's something personal level. The other thing, I don't want to go back.
But this is a politics. This recognition is politics.
So what we need to see, Mr. Ahmed, is basically Somalia, as you know, had 34 years to talk to Somaliland to come to some sort of agreement. The arrogance of a government that is only imprisoned in Mogadishu refused to respect a country flourishing democracy in Somaliland, to talk to them respectfully. I was a government minister. I'm an academic from London School of Economics. I have been talking and following these developments for many years. So Somalia is really squarely to blame whatever happens in that region in broader sense. So what I want to come back to the world and Tobias and international community is this. Instead of blaming Somaliland, the steps that it has taken now and making warnings what could happen, what the international community has still opportunity to really forcefully intervene, recognize Somaliland, offer genuine recognition, talk to Somalia, talk to the African Union, Arab world, and genuinely come on board. You cannot ask people to go back where you sit and make no progress. And as Somaliland, there is a responsibility that they should shoulder, which is they should really ensure they should not contribute more disruption. And Somaliland government made it clear that their intention is not that their country be used a launching pad for any proxy war in the near future. So therefore, I leave Melinda, if I want to conclude that, the world, I think the US is already showing a leadership as not condemning Israel. And also we have to establish Israel is also seeing that a lot of international countries like Britain and France and other countries are recognizing Palestine. So therefore, the right to self-determination becoming an important point for international community. So therefore, double standard of Western countries, I don't want to use this as individual, but in the Western countries, there is a double standardness that sometimes they respect self-determination and good governance. At the same time, they now telling us not to move forward.
Mm-hmm. Tobias, go ahead.
Yeah, I listen very, very carefully to what you've just said. And again, I have sympathy. I would say this might sound slightly shocking, but I couldn't count more than 5 members of parliament in the UK Parliament that understand Somaliland's history, that understand the fact that the British were involved. This was very much today it has its own political system, its own government institutions, its police force, its own currency even, its history, that dates back to the 19th century under colonial rule. The British parliamentarians, indeed the British public, don't understand that, the fact that this was a British protectorate that until 1960, as I said earlier, very much looked after its own. There is a powerful case for Somaliland to claim pursuance of independence. I reiterate that, unfortunately, you've now allowed Israel to jump into bed with you, and that's alienated an awful lot of countries because of that. And now the focus is, we're all talking about it, it's an opportunity. There is a massive opportunity here now for Somaliland to rekindle, I think, their strategy, which must go through the United Nations to say we are going to make the case. It must also go through Mogadishu too, to say let us have our referendum. Let us, in the same way we had in Scotland, to allow the Somaliland people an opportunity for them to declare. And when it's done above board in this manner, then international support will be behind you. But when you see Israel, I'm afraid I support Israel's right to exist. Absolutely right. They've had They're a democracy in one of the most difficult parts of the world. But the current leader, I'm afraid, it does not have Somaliland's interests at heart, in my view. Somaliland is being used for what could be of advantage for Netanyahu in his battles against Yemen and indeed Iran as well. So there's a chance here. There's an opportunity here to revisit a strategy, to gain greater support. But that starts with educating congressmen, members of parliament across Europe and elsewhere on the United Nations Security Council to show that there is a genuine claim, because of your recent history, for Somaliland to become independent.
I just would like to ask.
So,
I would like to ask Tobias. Does this government, Israel, does it has embassy in the United Kingdom? Does it has relationship with the United Kingdom?
Yes, it does. Yeah, it's a very active embassy, and there's a large Jewish community here in the UK as well, separate from the Israeli community, but linked, by the Jewish faith.
Yeah, but how credible is that? Because US didn't expel Israeli embassy, it didn't shut down, it didn't close diplomatic ties, and a British official or former minister is telling us don't engage politically with Israel. How credible is that?
I'm not sure where you got that from. You cannot break engagement. What you can do is stand up to what Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying. That's very different. Nobody's saying break contact and goes that against all the rules. You require back channels. You require greater understanding. You require conversations to actually take place. But also you require to speak publicly when you think, even if it's your friend, including the United States, including Donald Trump, you have to speak out if you think they are wrong.
Mm-hmm. What would Somaliland refuse?
I think
what would Somaliland refuse? I just want to hear from Tobias. They offer us a recognition which the world, the Western world, Arab world, and Muslim world refuse it. They offer us that recognition. Put your shoes in our shoes, in ourselves. What would you refuse? In short.
No, you're absolutely right to raise that question. If a country like Israel suddenly declared support for the big conquest, the big issue that you've been working on for the last, 40, 50 years, of course you're going to welcome that. But the realpolitik here, I think we've discussed here, is very, very difficult indeed. I just hope that your eyes are open to the difficulties that support from this particular individual has. It comes with baggage. And I'm simply saying, fine, you've got to deal with that. You can't turn it away. What you can do is take advantage of the spotlight, of the fact that we're discussing this, to now rekindle your case to the various components of the United Nations Security Council and indeed the General Assembly, to say we have a genuine argument here, separate from what Israel has said or is doing.
Mm-hmm. Ahmed, what do you want to add?
Yes, I would like just to say that I have been writing for a long time in a support for Somaliland, not the cause of secession of Somaliland, but to look back the history, the brutalization of the former regime and all this. I'm not happy with the policies and the orientations of the current federal structure in Mogadishu, where I am now. But the logic or the question that you right now appeal to the former British MP, that you were one time in history our master, therefore you have to recognize us back. I think that won't help. Even in the case of Israel, if you remember, British was one of the instruments that enabled Israel to be a state in the Middle East. I know it's true that the way Benjamin Netanyahu runs Israel is not the way humanity or the region accepts would like to be the case. But we would like to come to the domestic questions, which we should be careful about this. Somaliland structure is, as I said, is based on clans, on clan structure, a clan identity, and only one segment. I'm sorry to say that only one segment, the main central segment, is the one that drives the passion of secessionists both in other parties. They are unionist, pro-unionist. So I think before appealing to Israel or to the international community or to British or another country, we first sit together and talk and fix our problems. The way you are trying to say that we had negotiations and then we failed, that was not the case, because the last negotiations we had in Djibouti, you are the one who reneged and got to Ethiopia and signed it with MOU, which set a motion of another crisis in this country. So I think the ruling class, educated class of Somaliland, should use logic, not emotions, to address the problem within Somalia.
So basically, quickly, Ahmed, I think as an academic, I think I regret that you are going into the clannish differences. Let me tell you, I am from Awdal. You are trying to imply that Awdal people are not pro-Somaliland, and we should avoid these kinds.
But Awdal people are pro-union.
Let me tell you.
Research.
I would like to tell you this. If Somalia even wants future talks with Somaliland, they should avoid this kind of cheap and divisive strategy to divide and rule. So that is, you cannot speak when somebody like me who is hailing from this community, that you can use that techniques to divide them and incite each other so that you can gain your political objectives. That you shouldn't do that. Well, we should do it. We should discuss the broader lines where we can share prosperity, we can work together, Somaliland, if we can have a dialogue. That was something we can discuss. But to discuss clannish, I think I disagree. I'm from Awdal region, and I think it's good for Somaliland. It's good for the Awdal people. We might have our internal differences. We might have some political differences, but I mean, we are from the same country. So what I would like Melinda want to conclude here is we're discussing much about Benjamin Netanyahu and his policies and what he hasn't done good and whether he's a good leader. I'm here to discuss about Somaliland, what we can offer to the world, how we can leverage this recognition, how we can ensure that it doesn't lead to more disruption, how we can mitigate the backlash from regional backlash from Turkey, from Egypt. So that is Somaliland has responsibility to reach out these countries and to address their concerns, whether it's the Middle East or in other countries, and we are doing that.
Mm-hmm. We've veered into a little bit of domestic territory. So let's move on to the final segment of our debate here, because I think that it follows on nicely. The Somali president, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, has said that Israel's recognition is a threat to domestic security, but also stability in the Horn of Africa. And as we've been discussing earlier, the African Union has warned that it could encourage other secessionist moves. Let's take a listen, first of all, before we get into this final segment of our debate, to Somalia's permanent representative and what he had to say at a special UN meeting recently. Let's take a listen.
This act of aggression is aimed at encouraging fragmentation of the territory of Somalia, which is the northwestern region, is an integral part and is destabilizing the Horn of Africa, entire Horn of Africa, and the Red Sea region.
Ahmed, is there a real concern that this will destabilise Somalia domestically? Is Somalia strong enough to weather this current domestic storm?
No doubt. This will extremely destabilize Somalia. And it's also adds the implications of the extremist groups which are active in Somalia. Daesh, Al-Shabaab, they use this religious appeal and, propaganda messages to, gain support, to raise funds for their cause. But I am not sympathizing with the president, because I believe he is a part of the problem in Somalia. His policies, his lack of vision and his lack of uniting people together, and his lack of, studying and understanding the passion of Somaliland people to get away of these 35 years old challenges is the one that contributed entire of this failure. So he should be blaming himself. I don't give him any sympathy regarding to this, but no doubt that Al-Shabaab, extremist groups, clan identity, clan hatred, all this will be weaponized to stabilize in Somalia more.
Shall I intervene?
Please.
I go ahead?
Go.
Well, I think if we expect any disruptions or any destabilizations, if that's can only happen if the partners that are opposing this recognition are gonna weaponize and arm other people to disrupt this. So I think we should warn against that, and international community has responsibility to intervene in that aspect. Within the Somali communities, I don't see this will lead to more internal fighting, because Somaliland and Somalia has been separate entities for the last 34 years. So within Somaliland, this will not cause more problematic. What I foresee can happen is other countries that could probably become more present in the region, and that could lead more clashes between these forces. But I rather see a Somaliland government getting recognition, become more increased capacity to safeguard the 800 long coastline, which already it safeguards with limited resources, with more technological advances and cooperation, security cooperation with international community, with Israel, with US, with UK. I see there will be also positive contributions. But the international community, if they are concerned that there will be repercussions, I think there is an opportunity that they could intervene now. They could talk to the regional who are not happy with the new developments. They could mediate. They could contribute more support, whichever possible to the situation.
Tobias, you don't look convinced.
No, this is a difficult subject, and in a positive way, it's good that this is now being discussed. Quite rightly, there's been an absence of, I think, informed discussion at the right levels, at the United Nations, as to what should happen, not just in Somalia and Somaliland, but in the Horn of Africa. And I say with some sadness, my own government, should be doing more. We've cut our aid budgets because there's pressure on domestic matters in the UK. The United States has done the same under Donald Trump, withdrawing international aid right across the world, including the Horn of Africa, including Somaliland, including Somalia as well. And that simply gives greater space for insecurity to grow, to corruption and so forth to thrive, and not to be able to focus on strengthening the country itself. So the international community has turned a blind eye, and this was led to where we are today. So I stress this perhaps is an opportunity now that light is being shone upon the region for some cognitive thoughts about where the region should go, because continuing down this road simply with now the international community in the region split over whether or not to recognize Somaliland or not, and the potential of extremism to take advantage of the void in leadership, will simply take that part of Africa into a very darker place.
I mean, there have already been, even though there have been celebrations, there have been protests against recognition as well. So, Awale, I mean, how do you bring all of Somaliland with you if there are already protests against this?
Well, I mean, just like...
And I know that you and Ahmed sort of touched on that earlier, but that must be a domestic concern.
Yeah. Melinda, we should emphasize that, like in any other countries, whether it's Britain or Saudi Arabia or any other countries, I mean, we have our issues sometimes. We have some disagreements, whether it's political or social or anything else. So we don't live in a perfect world. So it's unfair that some people can point out any specific incident or any conflict. What I see is a 6 million people who patiently waited for this moment to get a recognition. The jubilation and celebration the world has seen was phenomenal, was something unseen. And also we have to again revisit that these people has been living in a volatile region for the past 34 years. I have been a planning and development minister. With limited resources, these people has been paying a tax, has been accepting rule of law with a limited government provisions. And this is what the world should recognize. These people, you cannot turn your eye and say it, you can no longer benefit from this recognition. What the world and international community should do is really revisit the quest for recognition and really do something about it and get serious consultation with Somaliland. In terms of local protests, what I can tell you is Somaliland is really very happy. Somaliland is really trying even. This is the first time I've seen that the different segments, with the religious, youth, women, people from diaspora are really united and really, even journalism. This is the first time I see 100% unity that people are saying, yeah, we deserve this and we have to protect this. And this is something they are very strong about it. And it will be very wrong that the international community suggests that it is a wrong that Somaliland really taking this with both hands. And I can confirm, Somaliland, I've never seen in official discussions or informal conversations that Somaliland ever discussed that they will harm the interests of the neighboring countries, Somalia, Yemen, or anywhere else. I have never seen as a minister, and I have never seen as an individual. And that's something that the world should hear it and value it.
We're almost out of time, so I just have one final question that I'm going to put to all of you just to give us your brief opinions. The African Union has warned that this could spark other secessionist movements throughout the region. Ahmed, let me start with you very briefly. Do you think that is likely?
I think that's likely, and that encourages not only secessionist groups, but also extremist groups. Because if you know, Al-Shabaab and Daesh also wanted to create Somali territories within the Islamic State, which is out of international governance system or orders. So I think, despite all these facts, what Somali people in general, Somaliland and Somalia, Federal Republic of Somalia need is to have a good leadership that not engaged with sentiments, emotions, but with reason and wisdom, and try to find a way to be part of the world together, or if they wanted to separate and secede to each other, use the international recognized means of diplomacy and negotiation. But I don't see these types of approaches or policies will help Somalia or Somaliland or the Horn of Africa or in the world, as the world is today global.
Mm-hmm. Awale, what's your take on that warning from the African Union?
African Union, I think, produced conflicting responses. I mean, we had a fact-finding mission somewhere in early 2000, which really visited Republic of Somaliland and confirmed and established it's an exceptional case. And I mean, African Union had long argued that recognizing for Somaliland or any other country will lead to Pandora box. We have seen South Sudan, we have seen Eritrea. It has never led to a Pandora box. And I think Somaliland, meets that the charter that African Union always refer, which is that respecting the colonial borders. Somaliland has a colonial borders, which it gained from Britain in 1960. So I don't think this will lead to more domino effect, other problems, conflict. I don't see it for that. And I think the African Union, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tobias, round us out. What's your opinion?
Yeah, as I say, I've repeated a couple of times, the spotlight's now on Somaliland. My humble advice would be to invite a delegation from America. Donald Trump, I have to say, I don't agree with much of what he says or does. He does have a way, though, of shining light on problems, of going into a particular area and shaking things up a little bit. But you need to take the international community with you, and that's not happened here. That's clearly the opposite has happened by Israel moving forward on its own in this way without discussion. I mean, Israel, most countries in the West, or Western connected, normally discuss these things behind the scenes and then make an announcement together. We saw that with Palestine. This isn't the way Prime Minister Netanyahu operates. So my advice would be engage with the White House, with the State Department, invite them to Somaliland to then do a report on saying, how can we look at this issue, all the jigsaw pieces, and say what would be best for long-term security? That, I think, would be perhaps a way out of where we are today.
What about a knock-on effect? Do you think this could encourage other cessationist movements?
Well, it will do, unless it's done in a structured method. It could be that there isn't a case for autonomy, that when you look at the pieces, America says, actually, this will destabilize. But if it's done in a way, I mean, we haven't discussed Poland, for example. They've also declared independence as well. Is there another model which, like, as I say, the Emirates model is very interesting. They're separate kingdoms that work together to stay as one unified country. Mm-hmm. That perhaps is a stepping stone that you could go towards.
Okay, very, very briefly, Awale.
Why, Tobias? We have an example precedent here. The South Sudan didn't lead to any further fragmentation of other countries.
But the method and the way was different from here. Then did not start a separate state recognition. We know the way.
No, we have even a stronger argument than South Sudan. We were a state. I don't know if you were, right? We were a state recognized by 34 countries. So, I mean, I think nobody has an answer for that, Melinda. I can assure you. South Sudan didn't lead any defragmentation. Nobody can tell you that. It's a justification to stop Somaliland. I don't think it will lead to more problems in Africa.
It is a really complex topic, and your analysis, all three of you, has been very illuminating, and we really appreciate all of your points of view here on Counterpoints. Ahmed Abdi Hadi, the Somalian political commentator, thank you for being with us. Tobias Ellwood, former British Middle East Minister and Conservative MP, and Awale Shirwa, former Minister of Planning and National Development for Somaliland. Thank you for your contributions. And as always, we appreciate your company on this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date of our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next episode.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
I am Catalina Marchand Abreu, and you're watching Al Arabiya English. Venezuela is at a major crossroads after the dramatic U.S. capture of Nicolás Maduro, and what happens next is far from certain. Former Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is now interim leader, backed by powerful allies, but under heavy pressure at home and from Washington. And although the Venezuelan constitution calls for elections within 30 days, experts say a vote is unlikely anytime soon as Rodriguez moves to consolidate power. Analysts warn the U.S. operation could have global ripple effects, emboldening countries like Russia and China to use force in their own regions, including China's ambitions towards Taiwan. While President Trump has suggested other countries could be next, openly threatening Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, Iran, and even floating military action over Greenland.
By the way, I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation.
Regional leaders, including Colombia, Brazil, and Mexico, have condemned the U.S. move, stressing Latin America should remain a zone of peace, free from foreign intervention. Meanwhile, in Caracas, reports indicate a government crackdown, with states of emergency and armed groups being deployed, signaling a high risk of instability across the region.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Toronto. Home to about 2.7 million people, Toronto is Canada's largest city, and the sprawling city filled with distinct neighborhoods offers a diverse mix of attractions to see, places to visit, and destinations to check out. Perhaps the most popular is the Niagara Falls, one of the 7 wonders of the world. A highly recommended way to see the famous falls is through the Maid of the Mist boat ride, which allows you to get right up close to it and immerse yourself in its enormity. Another popular site is the Dundas Square, often compared to New York's Times Square. The place is often used in the production of popular blockbuster hits because its setting is quite easy to film in. The city is also quite popular for its lineup of major art museums. The Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto Gallery of Inuit Arts, and the Gardiner Museum of Ceramic Art makes Toronto a burgeoning art community. Great art alternatives can also be found lining the streets of Queen West, Ossington, Queen East, and the Distillery District. Every year, the art scene in Toronto is also taken over by contemporary artists during Nuit Blanche, an all-night arts festival that runs from dusk till dawn. You'll also want to walk by the Graffiti Alley in the Fashion District, Toronto street that's legally tagged with an entire walking tour of murals by local street creatives. There's also the Distillery District, a cobblestone and usually carless street, featuring industrial houses that feature galleries, fashion designers, and arts and food products. Toronto is also host to an entire lineup of alternative dance and music fests. Some of the most popular include Digital Dreams, Electric Island, and Mad Decent Block Party. In June, travelers flock to the 17-day festival called Luminato. The Four Seasons Center for the Performing Arts is the place for opera and ballet shows. It is home to the Canadian Opera Company and the National Ballet of Canada. You may also want to try hiking or biking to the Toronto Islands nearby. It's just a ferry ride away. Plus, you'll get to see the city skyline at sunset. The sandy beaches are worth the trip, and the eclectic Wards Island is an interesting community to explore. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. and we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump threatens a 25% tariff on countries who do business with Iran as he promises Iranian patriots that help is on the way. 4 people are dead and power cuts are imposed in Ukraine as Russia launches another missile attack despite ongoing US peace efforts. And fighting for her political future, former far-right French leader Marine Le Pen appears in court attempting to overrule her public office ban. Now, President Trump says countries who do business with Iran will face a 25% tariff on trade with the U.S. as thousands of people are killed in defiant protests. Speaking on Truth Social, Trump told his followers that help was on the way as he addressed Iranian patriots, asking them to keep protesting. According to reports, the U.S. president has been briefed on covert options in Iran after he warned of a potential military intervention. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Gemma and Michael, thank you so much for joining me. So, Michael, let's get straight into this conversation and talk about Iran, which has been dominating the news agenda now for a good week or so. The death toll figure is rising in the country. However, we're getting these vastly different numbers coming from different organizations. As we know, there's been an internet blackout. It's very difficult to get any information out of the country. Do we have any idea of what the truth or the true scale is in Iran?
Well, up until about 24 hours ago, you had the Western news organizations, the Wires, Reuters, AP, about 650 dead. Mm-hmm. And then over the last 24 hours, we've had rising totals, 2,000, in some cases 6,000. And then Iran International, which is an organization that brings together journalists from around the world, trying to investigate as best they can, looking at social media and speaking to government insiders, speaking to sources within the military, witnesses, as well as doctors and nurses, morgues. They've come up with this number of 12,000 dead, mostly from Thursday and Friday night protests. And that's where we stand as of today. Conflicting numbers, but at the very least, everybody will acknowledge at least hundreds, perhaps as many as thousands of protesters have died.
Yeah, and as we said, it's very difficult to get any information out. And I actually have an Iranian friend who was saying to me she lives in Dubai, hasn't been able to contact her family at all for 4 days. We are getting reports today that some people in Iran are now able to call people outside of the country. So slowly we're getting reports of communication coming back inside Iran. But let's turn to the US intervention, because Donald Trump has been on Truth Social today and has also warned Americans living in Iran to leave the country. What more do we know at this stage of any kind of military intervention from the US in Iran? Obviously, we saw it in Venezuela.
It would be, you would look at his posts on Truth Social and you would think that perhaps military intervention was imminent, but that's really not the case. There's a disconnect between what's being, posted and also what's going on behind the scenes. So Carolyn Levitt on Monday told Fox News that Trump was unafraid to use military force on Iran, although diplomacy remained the first option, which makes perfect sense. But she also said that airstrikes would be one of the many options on the table. So despite these tensions, there's no indication that diplomatic channels have ceased between Washington and Tehran. They're very much open. And Trump and Levitt have both said that conversations going on behind closed doors do not actually mirror the rhetoric that we're seeing in public. So taking all of this into consideration, is there likely to be a full-scale US military operation, boots on the ground? Absolutely not. We haven't seen a build-up in the Gulf of aircraft carriers or strike groups or anything like that. Trump himself has, played quite coy about what he's going to do. Levitt herself has said that nobody knows what President Trump is going to do except for President Trump. The world can keep waiting and guessing. So a lot of ambiguity around there. Now, non-military alternatives seem to be the most plausible here. You're either looking at tactical strikes or you're looking at cyber attacks. But will we see US military intervention? No, I think that's very highly unlikely.
And let's talk a little bit about Donald Trump, because he was on Truth Social today and he said Iranian patriots keep protesting, take over your institutions, which I found really interesting, because if we have a look at the Islamic Republic, we know the institutions, the universities, the schooling system, it all teaches the same documents. Everyone goes off the same learning skills in the country. So the institutions are deeply entrenched in the Islamic Republic. And he also said help is on its way. He has been asked to clarify those comments, the help is on its way comments. He's declined to do that. And he's told journalists, you're going to have to figure that out. But I wonder, do you think that this is, Michael, a direct talk to regime change from Donald Trump, or do you think it's going to be more of an organic movement, to say to the protesters, keep going, and he's waiting for that change to come organically?
This is one of the issues that Iranian analysts struggle with, which is they don't know where the administration stands with the short and long-term challenges that they face when they're dealing with Iran. So, for instance, we do know one thing, excuse me, they don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. After that, though, when we talk about regime change, yes, it could be that. When they talk about wanting to simply protect the protesters, yes, it could be that as well. Any other scenario, it could be that. And this is where Donald Trump leans into that ambiguity, because it can be incredibly frustrating for journalists as we're trying to assess what's going on. But I wonder sometimes if maybe it's not also a little bit disconcerting for, the government in Iran, because they're not sure what he actually talks about. He might be saying one thing behind closed doors, and then something else to journalists, and then something else completely differently on social media. And so it leaves them a little bit on off footing, and that, in maybe Donald Trump's art of the deal way, that could be exactly what he's trying to achieve.
And there's also concern, he said to the protesters to keep going, help us on their way. But as we do know, the protesters go on to the streets, Gemma, completely unarmed.
Yeah.
And it's a very different situation to what they come up against. Yeah. So it's almost a cry for keep going, but also what's the implications of that?
Like a rallying cry. And I do think we can't overlook how buoyed he feels by the success or the perceived success of his actions in Venezuela. He's feeling very confident right now in order to, you know, post things like, help is on its way, and to allow for that ambiguity to kind of grow. What we also don't know is what Donald Trump's endgame is for Iran. Is it to bring down the government, in which case there is not an existing opposition ready to take over, and it's not like the US has been backing a separate regime all this time, ready to put some puppet government in place. Chaos, absolute chaos would ensue with this regime toppling. We don't know what the end game is. We do know that the US and Israel would benefit from chaos in the region. It would. I don't know if for them they're looking beyond the chaos. You know, what comes next? Perhaps the chaos is the end game in itself.
And it's so interesting because I think today we woke up and we saw Donald Trump is putting a 25% tariff on anyone who does business with Iran. And a lot of people are saying it's really interesting because we're seeing this economic collapse in Iran right now, Michael. But a lot of that has been caused by the crippling tariffs that have been put on them and that 12-day war that they had, where we saw Israel and America bomb the nuclear facilities of Iran. We know Iran is a big OPEC player. It's obviously got lots of oil. And I just found this interesting. I don't know what you think of the tariffs. And right now we're seeing German Chancellor Friedrich Merz in India. We know India is trades with Iran. There's so much happening at the moment.
Yeah, there really is. And when you look at the the protests, and the protests started because of the economic realities of how harsh they are, and that was, I believe, on December 28th. That's when they really kicked off. You know, it's 1.5 million reals to $1 US. And in December, inflation was at 42%. And in October, the Iranian parliament, voted to remove 4 zeros from the real. That's how bad things are right now. And then when you mention the German chancellor being in India, you know, India is one of those countries, along with Iraq and the UAE and Turkey and China, that trades with Iran. So aside from China, all of those countries are allies of the U.S. So when Donald Trump slaps a 25% tariff on those countries, he's hurting his allies. And I've said this many times, when there is the absence of a clear strategy, it's frustrating not just for the country that's prepared to take on the punishment of the U.S., but it's also frustrating for the allies of the United States, because Donald Trump, just by his actions, makes things very unpredictable, which is not what a market wants.
And like you did say, what comes next? Because Ayatollah Khamenei, he's now 86 years old. He's survived protests in the past. The regime and the Islamic Republic have just cracked down, and they've solidified their position even more. And as you say, it's the end game. It's what comes next. And I think those are all the questions that no one really knows the answer to right now.
And I would also say that with what we've learned about what happened in Venezuela, there were apparently talks between the administration and Maduro for him to step aside. So if there are talks going on between certain members of the Iranian government with the U.S., is there any talk about them looking for an exit strategy?
There has been some talk about that, and that has been on social media. So there is some Not the US directly talking, but there is talk about Ayatollah Khamenei having a route out if it's needed. But that's not being discussed with the US. It's been with other partners of the region. But it's been quite interesting to see how that movement has started already. The chatter on social media, some people might say conspiracy theory, which is always something, as we know, we try not to get too involved in. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. I'm sure we'll be talking about that a lot in the coming days of weeks. Now let's move on to another story. And 4 people are dead and several others are injured following Russia's most intense missile attack of the year. Emergency power cuts have been imposed in Kyiv after severe damage to the city's infrastructure. It's the second attack in 4 days, despite US-led peace efforts, as Russia continues the war, which approaches the 4-year mark. Gemma, so we're now talking about Ukraine, and they have suffered these terrible attacks. What more do we know about them?
So, as you said, this is the largest coordinated attack of 2026 so far. I've got to get used to the new year here. The targets were the power grid, which is where Russia has been increasingly focusing its attacks on. Energy infrastructure cities, Kyiv, Kharkiv and Odessa. 4 people killed and many more injured. Now, this has resulted in power cuts across the cities, which has affected hundreds of thousands of families, especially now at the coldest time of year. So, Zelensky himself has said the situation in Kyiv region is difficult. 700,000 families are now without electricity. All emergency services are on site. And he also made a call for the acceleration of deliveries that he says the US and Europe have already promised. So he's using this to put a call out. We need resources, whatever those resources may be, and we need them now. So the strikes are obviously making the headlines, and Ukraine has responded. They say they hit a drone factory in the Rostov region of Russia as a retaliatory move. What's making the most headlines here is that for the second time, Russia has used a hypersonic missile. Now, this has drawn particular outrage from Ukraine and European allies because this is seen as a dangerous escalation. And hypersonic missiles can have the capability to carry nuclear warheads. This obviously did not, but the capability is there. So this is an escalation. Russia, it feels like they were never involved in ceasefire talks. Really, it never came to fruition to begin with. It now seems to be completely off the table now that they've escalated with the kind of weaponry that they're using.
And it's really interesting because I was speaking to a guest on my earlier show, and he said this is a clear escalation. We see the hypersonic missiles. We're seeing the ramping up of attacks. And it's really interesting because I asked him, why do we think we're seeing these and why is the timing so crucial? And he was saying it's interesting because we look at geopolitics. Iran is, of course, an ally of Russia. Venezuela was an ally of Russia. Syria, when it was under Bashar al-Assad, was an ally of Russia. We then also saw the US, along with support from the RAF in the UK, board that sanctioned oil ship with links to Venezuela with a Russian flag on it. So it feels a little bit like things between the US and Russia are not what people thought they could have actually been.
And I also start to think that Vladimir Putin is seeing all of these players no longer being part of the equation, no longer being pawns that he can use or players who can help him. And he's starting to recognize, maybe I'm in this on my own, and I'm going to stick to my battle plans, and I'm going to push this as far as I can. I'm prepared to keep going. And when we look at what he's doing on the battlefield, you know, he's targeting the power grid. He's targeting the power grid. He's targeting power stations. And even by Ukrainian standards, this is a very cold winter. And he's going to continue, as we've said all along, he doesn't talk to the press. He doesn't go on social media. He just continues to do what it is that he wants to do, which is take more and more land. And nobody is stopping him, except the Ukrainian army when they can. And nobody, the coalition of the talking, as we've discussed, they're not doing enough. Donald Trump's not doing enough. So Vladimir Putin might as well just continue to march forward.
And it's really interesting because we talk about the coalition of the willing, of course, which France and the UK head up together, and they've obviously got loads of different European allies involved in order to try and get momentum on the side of Ukraine. Often we call them the coalition of the talking because they do a lot of talking. But it was interesting because in the FT today, they said the leaders of Italy, Germany, France, Canada and the UK will seek US President Donald Trump's personal endorsement on security guarantees for Ukraine. And remember, we heard from the UK and France who said they would be willing to put troops on the ground if a ceasefire deal...
Everything waiting for the ceasefire
deal
which,
was reached. But then again, Russia's just not been involved in any of this. So, yes, there's been talks between the US, NATO, European allies, but where's Russia been?
Yeah, it was interesting to me as well. The Paris Declaration was described as a declaration of intent. So we've got willing, we've got intent, we've got all these lovely words coming out. But you're right, the people who need to be at the table are not at the table. Have they been invited? I remember last year we talked about perhaps it's good they're not being invited. They've been invited and invited. They haven't come to the table. They haven't brought anything new to the table. So then it was a new policy of, right, we're not going to invite the Russians. We're going to make our own policy with between the coalition, between Ukraine and the US. And now that doesn't seem to have worked either. So at what point have you, played all your cards and you've tried absolutely everything and you have to realise Russia does not, or Putin, sorry, does not want the war to end?
But remember, Donald Trump did have that meeting with Putin in Alaska, and we'll never forget that, will we? But also, the guest I was speaking to earlier, Michael just basically said to me, and what you've touched on here, the peace process is over. There's nothing much to revive anymore.
And it's not just over, it hasn't really begun, because I don't know that a peace process would be in a moving forward stage if one half of the people who have to sign the deal haven't been involved in the process. And that's the situation. We can't even get to the point where the US, NATO, and Ukraine agree on what they want to present to the aggressor.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the biggest challenge. And Vladimir Putin seems to be content, okay, you do your thing. I'm going to keep doing what I believe is going to be in the best interests of my country.
And that has been a big argument, hasn't it? Because we saw the Russian frozen assets, which have been kept in Belgium. The European countries failed to manage to reach an agreement on that and just looked extremely divided. And it seems to have become a difficult foreign policy card to play. But as we were saying, it's freezing cold in Russia and in Ukraine. Russia continuously attacking Ukraine's energy infrastructure, and that has to have a huge psychological effect too on the country.
I think as well what's interesting, just to bring in this hypersonic missile again, that it struck very close to the Polish border.
Yeah.
So this isn't just about, Russia and Ukraine anymore. The border countries must be feeling the pressure as well, which is only going to ramp up the feeling of anxiety that's we've gone into the new year with.
No, absolutely. And we have seen those bordering countries of Russia obviously up their defence spending, at times scramble planes to be able to just make sure their airspace is clear. But yeah, really difficult. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And the UK is under pressure to block access to grok following the examples of Malaysia and Indonesia. Elon Musk's AI chatbot allows users to generate images, but has been criticised over its ability to produce sexually explicit deep fakes. The UK Technology Secretary says she would back the move, prompting Musk to accuse the British government of suppressing free speech. So, Gemma, this has been a completely fascinating story that has been rumbling on for a little bit, and we do seem to talk about AI quite a lot right now, but Malaysia and Indonesia are the first in the world to ban the tool over this issue of sexualized imaging. Are they setting a precedent for other countries to basically follow suit?
I think it can set a precedent because they've actually done it. They've seen that this is a problem. they've done something about it. And actually, the Malaysian government said that they had been issuing repeated notices to X about this issue, about its repeated misuse, but X failed to address the issues and the risks on its platform. And so they've stepped up and they've said, OK, then we're going to issue a ban. So they're actually putting their money, you know, where their mouth is. It can set a precedent, but we have to remember that so many countries don't really even have, you know, regulations or effective regulations in place for the internet and social media, let alone this brave new world of AI, which is coming so thick and fast. I wouldn't even know where you might start putting together laws and regulations, because the second they come into effect, AI has evolved and it's changed. So the action taken by these two, by Malaysia and Indonesia, it does reflect global concerns, absolutely. And so there is a momentum there to start putting regulatory framework in place when it comes to AI. Because the tech companies themselves have not shown themselves to be particularly willing to self-regulate in this respect. So it's up to governments to step in and protect their people. Now, I do think that as you say, we've seen the UK has started to be more vocal about it. The European Union has started to review their compliance as well. India and other countries in Europe, they've also started flagging potential issues when it comes to deepfakes. So do I think it started precedent? I definitely think it started the ball rolling.
And it's so interesting, Michael, because I don't know what your thoughts of it on, but they were saying, why doesn't the UK government, the Labour Party, come off X itself and stop using the platform if it's so anti what Grok is doing? And the argument to that is, well, political parties have so much traction on social media, and that's how they get so many people to follow them and to vote for them and to appeal to the younger audience. So governments are actually in a difficult position here.
So they are and they aren't. They can't get off social media, but I think everybody can get off X. X is the least relevant social media platform.
Elon Musk is not watching.
Let's hope not, because I think he could damage me badly. We live in a world of where we consume content through video and visually. And of course, there are videos and images on X, but it's at its core, it's still about words. And media, as well as government officials around the world, those are the people, the two industries that are most often on X. But if you, and we can look at the new New York mayor, Mamdani was incredibly attractive and persuasive because he was able to use his videos on Instagram and TikTok. And Donald Trump has talked about the power that Charlie Kirk had to get the youth of the male youth in the States on TikTok voting for him in the last election. So while I think social media, of course, is incredibly important, I was always amazed that the amount of money that Elon Musk would spend, because it's still at its core, it is the least relevant of the platforms, because the majority of people are not on X.
That's so interesting. I'm on X, not that I use it very much, but I find it also quite fascinating that the UK government and Ofcom, which is the regulatory body in the UK, could possibly debate taking on a tech titan like X, because obviously it's this huge multi-billion-dollar company and a government regulator just doesn't have that kind of scope. But also, they've gone after Grok, but there's other chatbots out there that do really similar things. So how on earth do people start thinking, is this free speech? How do we keep... There's just a massive debate, isn't there, Gemma?
It's the big difference as well between a country's laws and regulations on free speech, but also what's considered harmful content. And it really is about drilling into what defines freedom of speech and what defines harmful content, and that collision point between the two. And I do find it fascinating that Musk thinks he can tell the UK government what constitutes free speech in a country that he is not born in and he does not live in. So he he appears to think, and we saw this before when he was running for, you know, he appears to think that what he says is so vitally important to the conversation. There's just so much ego involved there as well.
And he did back Tommy Robinson, which is something in the UK that's been quite controversial when it comes to Elon Musk.
And the ADF in Germany as well.
Yes, and the ADF in Germany. And it's, you know, Musk has got a history of attacking the UK government over the freedom of speech. But what's Musk's reply been to this? Has Musk been in a bikini?
So Musk has replied the way that you would expect him to reply, which is to take an inappropriate and immature joke at the whole situation. So he has posted himself in a bikini, I think, to sort of show that, in his opinion, this isn't, of course, a very serious issue. And then shortly thereafter, he then did put out a post that was much more serious and much more level-headed, that, you know, posting illegal content of any form is, you know, punishable by us, no matter if it's through Grok and AI or if it's something that is deemed to be illegal content. So he always wants to make a move that is incredibly awkward socially and unexpected. And so you see the picture of him in the bikini and you think, yeah, but we're talking about minors and we're talking about women without their consent being shown in incredibly inappropriate situations, and how can anybody argue that that's not illegal, reprehensible, and should not happen? And yet, he doesn't seem to grasp it, and because he doesn't grasp it right away, and because he puts out a picture of himself in a bikini, he becomes the poster child. And this is the easiest way. So I'm sure Sam Altman is completely comfortable saying nothing about this, which of course they're leaning into it as well. But he's more than happy for Elon Musk to be the face of this and let him face those challenges and the public ridicule and also, you know, the barbs from the governments as well.
And it is such an interesting debate. Who takes on the regulatory platform here? Is it the tech bros? Is it the government? It's who knows right now. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that story. Let's move on now. When former far-right French leader Marine Le Pen is in court in Paris today as she attempts to fight for her political future. Le Pen was found guilty of embezzling EU funds last year, banning her from running for public office for 5 years. She denies the allegations. However, if the ruling is upheld, she'll be blocked from standing in the 2027 presidential election. Michael, what is at stake here for Marine Le Pen?
So, party success versus personal political survival. If she were, regardless of the outcome of this trial, she has said that, for instance, if she loses, she will not appeal to the highest court. And that's partly because she recognizes that the National Rally, her party, is probably in better hands with Jordan Bardella, who is her sort of tapped successor.
Protégé,
very nice, thank you. In that instance, we see that it would be a wiser move for her to not fight this and for him to run. If she truly believes that she wants what's best for her country and for her party, then the path to success is with her protege. But politicians have egos, and I'm sure because this is, I think, this would be her third election, her third kick at the can, she's determined to become president. And that might not be what's best for the party, and it might not be what's best for her. But she is in this very unique situation where does she have the ability to set aside her ego and put her party first, or is she going to stand there and demand that she be the one that runs for the top spot for her party?
Well, you've got two ladies on this panel, and I think Gemma and I would like to think that us women will put our egos aside for the best person to win or the best person to lead the party. But Gemma, Le Pen and her supporters have framed the original conviction as politically motivated. How significant are these claims?
Well, just going back to your point there, I do find that when women go into politics, they do tend to take on, unfortunately, more masculine qualities.
100%.
And
Hillary
so-
Clinton is a perfect
Absolutely.
example.
I think of Margaret Thatcher as well, in order to survive, I guess, in this kind of patriarchal system. But yeah, it would be nice to not think that. But yeah, she's just, I guess, doing what it takes to survive in what is technically still a man's world. How significant are her claims? So they're significant insofar as they've kept her in the headlines, which is what she loves to do. She loves to be talked about. It's her perennial MO, is to stay in the headlines. Now, the statements have energised her fan base. We've seen this across the US. We've seen this across Europe. Right-wing leaders making quite big declarative statements in order to rile up, the grassroots fan base as well. So, but her claim that the conviction was politically motivated has also fueled a lot of debate in an election year, with a big election coming up. And it's exposed this broader polarisation which we are seeing across Europe when it comes to right-wing politics. However, I've looked at quite a few polls across France, and broadly speaking, French voters aren't really falling for it. They don't believe that the conviction was politically motivated in general. They believe that, this is based in law, what she did, the conviction for embezzlement, that kind of thing. So she also has international support. Let us not forget that Donald Trump called the conviction a witch hunt. So she has some very big names in her corner. But I do agree with Michael. I do think it's time to step aside. I think it's time to let this young, fresh blood come in. I do not agree with her politics or the party politics at all, to be honest with you. But it is time for her. We have seen across Europe these younger leaders coming in. They are much more savvy on social media, which we've talked about today. They are appealing to the younger demographic. It's time to step aside.
And I think we can't deny Jordan Bardella's 30 years old. He's made big strides on social media. And there is a populist movement rising across Europe. We see it in the UK when it comes to reform. AfD in Germany, as you mentioned, the National Rally in France. So that upcoming election, which will happen next year, will be really interesting. So thank you so much for that. And finally, we've actually reached that point in the show where Gemma and Michael, they've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Michael, we're going to start with yours because it's all about what was my favourite toy growing up, but now there's a brand new Barbie doll.
So Mattel introduced Barbie in 1959, and it wasn't until 2019 that we had, we went 60 years and there were no Barbies with any disabilities. And now what's happened is that Mattel has just introduced the first Barbie with autism. This is 6 months after they introduced the first Barbie with type 1 diabetes. And they're trying to do something that is incredibly admirable. So the World Health Organization says that 1 in 100 children deals with some form of autism. And they're trying to create consumers who are able to look around the communities in which they live and see people of different disabilities, but also then see toys, dolls, that reflect the communities in which these children live. So they have introduced this Barbie doll with autism, and everything from the gaze of the child, or of the doll, excuse me, the gaze of the doll is a little bit off because some people with autism might not feel comfortable looking other people in the eye. She has a fidget on one of her fingers, excuse me, and she also is wearing a loose-fitting clothes because some people with autism will not necessarily like the fabric touching their skin. So they've done the research to come up with something that a little girl will feel comfortable looking at this doll and saying that this is, somebody that I can relate to because some of these issues I deal with as well.
Yeah, I think I need obviously, I know all children can play with Barbie dolls, but it's usually targeted towards girls. It'd be nice to see boys a sort of a toy. What toys for
Ken.
boys are
It
there?
was Ken doll.
Yeah, Ken.
Ken doll.
Now, for me, growing up
It
in
was
this...
Action Man.
Well, for
I
me...
always thought was far better looking than Ken. I couldn't ever understand why Barbie came with Ken when Action Doll was just so much cooler.
She should be dating Action Man.
I remember in the early 70s, 73, 74, I was maybe 6 or 8, and it was Evel Knievel. Do you remember Evel Knievel?
Yes.
On the motorcycle, and he had the white outfit.
Very cool.
Yes, I can remember the Christmas very well.
I'm still Barbie today, Evel Knievel.
That's the sequel to the Barbie movie.
My Barbie dated the neighbour's Action Man.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, that was how it worked.
Okay.
We were no interest in Ken.
No.
He was just a bit bland.
He was.
Anyway, it is interesting, isn't it? Obviously, Barbie moving with the times, and of course, that big Barbie film that came out with Margot Robbie was so interesting. And Gemma, I feel like yours has more questions than answers and involves a man on a mattress.
It is.
What's gone?
Less worthy. Than your lovely Mattel story. So this is a man who was rescued off the coast of Edinburgh. He was trying to paddle to Cramond Island, and that's an island in the Firth of Forth. Try saying that. It's quite difficult. Now, what he did, he was trying to get across this firth on a blow-up mattress, and unfortunately, he was completely unprepared for the fact that, A, it's absolutely freezing, B, the tides are incredibly unpredictable. C, he was not dressed for the occasion whatsoever. He had no wetsuit, he had no provisions, though he did have a pair of oars, so that will tie into my questions that are just coming up. And when he fell in, which was inevitable, he then realised he was completely unprepared for this crossing and phoned 999, and they had to send the Coast Guard out to get him. Now, here's my questions. Was it a spontaneous sailing? Are you driving along the coast? You've got a blow-up mattress in the back of your car. You're like, oh, weather looks absolutely terrible for a crossing. I know. I'm going to try and get across on my blow-up mattress. And on blow-up mattresses, it says not to be used as a flotation device, you know? And if you've got oars, where is your boat anyway? Where is your kayak or your paddleboard? Why are you attempting this on a blow-up mattress? So it has thrown up more questions than there are answers.
So I think the answer to everything will be found in one word, which is beverages.
Potentially, yes.
I think I've got a deeper question. The RNLI, they save so many lives.
Yes, they
They do amazing rescue work in the UK, in the seas, and keeping people safe. Like, what a waste of time. What is this man's name? How can I find him? And I think everyone should say to him, you have to now donate money to the RNLI.
He should be invoiced, I think.
I think he should be.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for people doing crazy things. But, you know...
Do it in the summer.
Yes.
Do it in the summer.
Or do it with a friend, something like that, who's got a kayak next to you. But anyway, that's our tip for the day. I just want to say thanks to our guest, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Of course, that's Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also, follow us on X. GNT will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you in-depth discussion with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, as President Trump weighs how to respond to Iran's deadly crackdown on nationwide protests, we ask, what are Washington's options? And is some kind of US military action now inevitable? Plus, we'll be speaking to Roberto Sendoya Escobar, the firstborn son of the Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar. I'll be asking him for his take on the US war on drugs and whether he believes that figures like Nicolas Maduro had any involvement in the narcotics industry. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest developments from Iran, where anti-government protests have now entered their third week. At least 2,000 people are believed to have lost their lives so far. That's according to local sources. Well, the European Union, Germany in particular, says that the Iranian regime may be in its final days. Meanwhile, according to the United States, American citizens have been urged to leave the country immediately. Well, President Trump has also made it clear on social media that any country doing business with Iran will face a 25% US tariff. Well, we're joined now by Fred Fleitz, who is a former chief of staff at US National Security Council under President Trump. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Mr. Fleitz, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. About 2,000 people, including security personnel, are now believed to have been killed in protests in Iran. In fact, that's according to one Iranian official. And President Trump did warn that killing protesters would prompt action from his administration. And he said a few days ago the US was locked and loaded. Is it therefore a matter of time before the US does something in Iran?
What's happening in Iran is horrific, as this brutal, fanatical regime is killing its people. And I think more than 2,000 have been killed. These protests are changing Iran. Whether this round of protests succeeds in bringing down this regime or not, the people will never forget what is being done to it by this regime. This will begin a massive movement for change, for democracy. I hope this current round succeeds. And I think there's a lot the United States and the world can do to help. First of all leaders around the world have to speak out in support of the people of Iran who are protesting for freedom and against this fanatical, corrupt regime. I think there has to be efforts to break relations, expel diplomats, strong economic sanctions, cyber warfare, and maybe there'll be a role for military action. Perhaps President Trump will decide to take out the IRGC facilities. These special forces are being used to fire live ammunition at innocent Iranians, old people, children, women who are protesting for freedom. Maybe military facilities where the soldiers are being used to attack the people. I also think we need financial incentives to say to Iranian bureaucrats and military leaders, defect. Leave your country. Don't kill your people. We can give you a future outside of the country. Do something principled. Choose not to shoot at your fellow Iranians. I think these are strong messages that have to be sent right now.
Right. And, today, President Trump's national security team meeting to discuss the options. You've listed a couple of them there, some military, some hybrid, some non-military. President Trump says there are some very strong options on the table. I mean, how likely do you think it is that the US will go down this road of quote, very strong options?
I think there's going to be fairly strong measures. I don't know what President Trump is planning. He has already announced 25% sanctions on any nation that does business with Iran. Another effort that might be taken is intercepting ships from nations such as China and North Korea and Russia that may be sending small arms to Iran that the regime would use to kill protesters. I'm sure there's a whole long list of other measures that the regime the Trump administration may take, but I don't know what the president has in mind.
Okay, so in terms of what military options might look like, I mean, you did talk about going after the Revolutionary Guard, some of its facilities. We have, of course, seen only 6 or so months ago the Trump administration targeting Iran's nuclear plan. I don't know what's left of it. I mean, what are your thoughts? Do you think that could be another a target that gets revisited, shall we say?
I think that the next target by the U.S. and Israel, if they decide to go after Iran's WMD facilities, will be missiles. I believe that Iran still has a missile capability, especially small and medium range missiles. And Israel's concerned about that they could be used against Israel. And Israel's been saying this for several months, that Iran is rebuilding its missile capability. It could be used against Israeli and American targets. So that may be something that Trump's thinking of hitting.
Right. I mean, 2026 got off to a pretty dramatic start, as we all know. You know, as we watch those scenes unfolding in Caracas, Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro, is now in U.S. detention. I mean, that was a highly successful and carefully planned military operation. And I'm wondering whether you think that perhaps has fueled the appetite for the use of military force in places and in situations where perhaps there wasn't the appetite before. Do you think there's any argument to be made there?
Well, the action that President Trump took to capture Maduro reflects his broader strategy to protect the U.S. homeland, particularly the U.S. southern border, from flows of illegal migrants and criminal gangs and drugs. And to stop these inflows, he has to restore American leadership in the Western Hemisphere. Venezuela was disrupting stability in the region. We know a number of states, Iran, China, and Russia, were establishing a presence in Venezuela that they were using to destabilize the region against American interests. I don't think this means that the president's planning on using military force more broadly, but I do think he decided, and this is in the national security strategy, to have a very aggressive approach to stop penetrations of our southern border by, as I say, criminals and drugs and illegal migrants. And to get to the source of this instability is in Central and South America, especially Venezuela.
Right. Well, at the time, I remember, it was only 10 days ago, people were saying that perhaps one of the target audiences of those events in Venezuela were, in fact, the Iranians. And I just wanted to, just going back to Iran, I wanted to ask you what you make of the people putting forward the argument that perhaps military action in Iran would have the reverse effect of what's desired here and get people rallying around the flag. I mean, do you think that is a real risk, and how do you mitigate it?
I think that would ordinarily be a risk, but I believe that the public opposition to the Iranian regime is so severe. The Iranian people know that demonstrators are being shot in the streets. There soon will be executions of Iranians. I believe the vast majority of the Iranian people would welcome U.S. intervention and supporting them in their fight for freedom.
Okay, and when it comes to what President Trump does next, I mean, there are, of course, there are reports, and I think even the president himself has suggested that meetings could take place with Iranian officials. I know the president is also in touch with some on the opposition in Iran. His vice president, J.D. Vance, seems to be more erring towards the side of negotiation and less towards the side of military action. And I'm wondering whether you're seeing a unanimous approach by the Trump administration, or are there different voices calling for different paths to follow on this one?
I'm not part of those internal deliberations, but I can tell you that Vice President Vance is a loyal member of President Trump's team. I think there could be negotiations. I know the Iranians want them. They want to buy time. They want to prevent President Trump from taking any military action, putting any other pressure on the regime. And if those talks are held, the first thing that Trump's representatives will say, you have to agree to stop using force against your people, against the demonstrators. If Iran won't agree to that, there's not going to be any agreement.
Do you think there are any splits in the regime in Iran? I mean, do you think there's anything obvious emerging in terms of, of course, you've got the clerical leadership. You also have a president who's not a clerical figure. There's, of course, the military. I mean, are there any identifiable splits that could be exploited?
I don't know what the splits are, but I think they're coming. And that's because the Iranian currency is currently worth zero. that means that the government won't be able to pay security forces. It won't be able to pay bureaucrats. Regional leaders will have to set out on their own. The government can't stay together if it can't pay government officers, government bureaucrats, members of the military, if they don't have money to feed their people. The government will collapse. If this current situation continues, if Iran's currency is valueless, the regime can't survive.
It's quite interesting when you hear what the officials in Tehran are saying in public. They sound really defiant. They say, we've got this totally under control. And they sound like they wouldn't back down under any circumstances. And yet we're being told that there are back channels at work. Negotiations are potentially taking place with Washington. I mean, how do you reconcile these two very different faces of the regime in Iran?
Well, let's first start out by saying that the Iranian foreign minister and his family are in Lebanon. They're hiding. They know, he knows what's coming. He's shielding his family from what could be a collapse of the regime. And there are reports that Iranian leaders are seeking passports or places to flee in other countries, especially in France. I think some of them will probably seek refuge in Russia if the government falls. We can see the possible beginnings of the fall of this regime. I hope it comes quickly in this round of protests. Unfortunately, we know from history that efforts to bring down this type of dictatorship can take time, and the regime will be stubborn. It's not going to want to give up. It will use force against its people. I hope that doesn't happen, but from the record of history, it may take time, and there may be a lot of blood spilled.
Right. I mean, the situation's moving really fast, and developments in the region have moved really fast. Really, in many ways, these last 18 months, you know, when you consider the downfall of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, the weakening of Hezbollah and the compromising that's been done of Israeli by the Israelis in particular of Iranian intel. I mean, Iran's regional clout looks like it's been really reduced, and I'm just wondering, do you see anyone coming to Iran's rescue in the event that it does come under attack?
Let's stipulate that the revolution in Syria started in 2011, and Assad was not overthrown until late 2025. I think that's sort of typical for demonstrations like this, for revolutions like this, when the dictatorial leadership refuses to leave peacefully. I don't think this regime is going to leave peacefully. I think they're prepared to kill huge numbers of Iranians before they leave. I hope I'm wrong about that.
One person we see quite a lot of, and he's quite visible on the US talk shows and on the political shows, is Reza Pahlavi, who is the son of the last Shah of Iran. He's calling on President Trump to intervene, and I'm wondering whether you think Washington views him as a realistic leader, perhaps only a transitional leader of Iran at this time.
I like Reza Pahlavi. I was impressed that when he called for demonstrations in certain areas of Iran, the people seemed to answer him. There will have to be a leader for the people to coalesce around once this fanatical regime falls. I don't know he is the person that most Iranians will go to. That will be their decision. But he has said the right thing so far. So I hope he's the right man to lead this country, because they will need leadership once the mullahs are out.
And just circling back to what you said at the very beginning, Mr. Fleitz, you said you wanted world leaders to call out Iran and to express their solidarity with the people of Iran and to do everything within their power to paraphrase, you strike while the iron is hot. One of those people has been the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, and he says Iran's leadership is in its final days and weeks. Just to wrap up this conversation, would you concur with that assessment?
I'm not sure that we know that yet. I just say from history, we know that bringing down regimes like this is difficult and time-consuming. The revolution that led to the overthrow of the Shah took almost a year. I hope it moves faster than that. But I'll tell you, I was very glad to hear Merz say that, because European leaders were very slow in saying anything about this and standing with the brave Iranian people.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us Thank you very much indeed. Fred Fleitz, former Chief of Staff, US National Security Council under President Trump. Thank you for your time, sir.
Good to be here.
Well, we're joined now by Jonathan Sayer, who is an analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and an Iran expert. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us from Washington. First of all, it's understood that at least 2,000 people, and that does include security personnel and protesters, have been killed during these last few days, and that's according to an Iranian source. And President Trump did warn that the killing of protesters would trigger prompt action from his administration. What would you like to see the Trump administration doing about this?
You're right to point out the horrific death counts that's happening inside Iran. The estimates actually go as high as 12,000 civilians within only 48 hours. So between January 8th and 9th, that's the numbers we've heard. So it's really the repression machine is at its full capacity right now, is really going after it. So if the administration were to follow through with its threat against striking regime targets, it's very important that we realize it needs to not only be limited to the military capacity of the Islamic Republic. If the idea is to aid this protest movement, we need to go after the repression sites. And that is something that we've seen Israel do towards the end of the 12-day war. So we're talking about the command and control, the certain IRGC bases that limit or restrict or really crack down on different protest movements within Tehran, the greater Tehran area. You're talking about local law enforcement, the police headquarters that do these crackdowns, intelligence agencies. So that would really ensure the fact that this movement can topple the regime without the necessities of either boots on the ground or aggressive military campaign against Iran as a whole.
In the past, when there's been unrest in Iran, it's gradually faded away. And there is a risk that that happens again this time. And I'm wondering whether you think there's an element and whether you'd like to see the United States strike while the iron is hot before the momentum fades. What would you have to say about the timing of this?
Timing is very crucial here. So we have great momentum on the ground, and really what sets this movement apart from compared to previous ones is the fact that once the opposition led by Prince Pahlavi called on protests to continue, we saw a major escalation in the movement starting on Thursday night, and that's when we saw the internet blackout as well. That tells you the opposition's leadership over this is what really poses an existential threat to the regime. But nonetheless, you're talking about an apparatus that is okay with killing thousands of unarmed protesters, which means external influence is really, really key here. No movement is able to progress in isolation. Everything is always connected. And in this context, Iranians have been very vocal on the ground that they do want support from President Trump. His rhetorical remarks have been very inspiring to the protest movement, and it is now time to back that up with action, because if we risk to really let this momentum fade, the backlash would be horrendous. They've already threatened to execute every protester arrested. They arrested thousands of protesters. So it would be really a catastrophe to watch this moment fade without really meaningful backing from Washington.
Would you say of all the chapters of unrest we've seen since 1979, this is the most serious and perhaps the most threatening as far as the leadership in Iran is concerned?
It certainly is, and some are not even calling it a protest movement. It's labeled as a revolution by people inside the country. You have to look at 2025 as a whole. It was a very turbulent year. It was the year that, of course, economically, the people were suffering heavily because of mismanagement and corruption. The environmental crisis was really horrific this year, and it was in 2025 that the water scarcity issue went beyond just rural areas, and it impacted major cities like Tehran as well. Now, you have to couple that with the unfortunate fact that 2025 was the year that the Islamic Republic executed the most amount of people, about 1,000, just within 1 year. So once you look at really the year at a glance, it tells you why the grievances are not like any other protest wave. But it's very important, again, to ensure that they can sustain this momentum. And it's not just protest movements either. We're talking about strikes that need to go on. But from the protesters' perspective, this is a point of no return. It is really in their minds, they're either going to get shot on the street or they're going to get apprehended and executed later. So it is now or never, and there is no way out but through.
The Iranian foreign minister says the situation is, quote, under total control. Do you believe him?
If it was under total control, we would not see this level of A, violence, and B, crackdown. So the internet was out, and that is something that's been happened before, even though they've been actually relying more on throttling in recent years. But again, similar to 2019, we saw a total internet blackout, but this time around, there was also electricity outages, and they even cut out landlines. That is not indicative of a regime that is in control. That shows you a regime that is paranoid, that is really opening fire to protesters to no end, and there's probably paranoia amongst regime officials as to who might be defecting. And this is the first time we might be even hearing about potential defections and the fear of the Islamic Republic has of certain elements either joining the opposition or joining the people.
Right. I mean, what are you hearing with regards to defections? And just as an extension of that, I mean, the sense of paranoia and nervousness in the ranks of the regime is there for good reason. I mean, we've seen Iran compromised by Israel in a major way in terms of intelligence in recent months, and many Iranian proxies around the world are considerably less strong than they were 18 months or so ago. So do you think defections are likely?
This is the closest we've ever gone to them. And correctly, you pointed out that the war in Israel, Israel's war against the Islamic Republic was a true game changer. It was after the June war that we really saw the regime's image shatter, not only internationally, but also domestically. Iranians saw that. They noticed that this regime that for years had been claiming to be fighting Israel and America failed to retaliate meaningfully as their leadership was decapitated. So that was very inspiring for Iranians. But for defections to really be implemented, those defectors need to know that there's going to be international backing. They need a little bit more of a push from the international community. If they realize that there is no way out, meaning they're unlikely to be able to escape to Syria, even though higher level officials might have those aspirations, the middle command, the officers, and of course foot soldiers are not going to have that option. So if they know that their time is up and they have nowhere to escape to, it's in their interest to defect to the people. And that has been the really key message from the opposition to the repression apparatus.
I mean, Jonathan, there aren't that many places a regime individual could escape to. I mean, as you mentioned, Syria, that would have been an option, let's say, a year and a half ago. But it's very unlikely Syria would accept remnants of the Iranian leadership. And as an extension of that, I mean, because Iran seems to have so few friends internationally these days, do you see any country coming to Iran's rescue?
My point about Syria was to emphasize how Bashar Assad escaped Syria going to Moscow, and he didn't really take that many people with him. The mid-level commanders had to either flee to outskirts of Syria, some in Lebanon, many of them have been captured. So that, just to clarify that point. But again, Moscow might be the only option that they have. But again, you're talking about a very extensive apparatus. Whether all of them would have the option to escape, whether the supreme leader is going to take that many people with them. But that's a big if, meaning that's assuming they're not going to get decapitated by a U.S. strike. Realistically, a great focus of a potential U.S. attack would be to go after the leadership that necessarily cannot be immediately touched by protesters. And once that happens, we're going to see a bottom-up effect of once they realize there's no leadership and there's no way out, and the international community is supporting the revolution, they're not going to have many choices, as you pointed out, because China is unlikely to take them in. Syria is not an option. Perhaps Iraq, but that is too near. I know another option they were considering was Venezuela. Again, not really looking that promising these days.
Right, as you mentioned, Venezuela as well. So the list of friends is getting shorter. Now, Washington is weighing up. Does it negotiate or does it opt for a military solution or some sort of military action there in Iran? What would be your message, your appeal to the Trump administration as it deliberates? Do we talk or do we act?
It appears that the administration is more so leaning towards backing the protesters as opposed to negotiating. But when we talk about any discussions with the Islamic regime, the question is, do they have any cards? What is there left to negotiate over? The 12-day war really destroyed any leverage the Islamic Republic had. At one point, it may have been their proxies or their nuclear program, both of which have been greatly weakened, if not destroyed. They do have a ballistic missile program still and stockpiles, but we've seen what Israel is capable of doing, which means America can only hit those strikes stronger. So there's no point in negotiating when there is no leverage in this place. Tehran has no more cards. And more importantly, we're talking about a regime that is not going to back down on its policies. Even when they have negotiated, they've never backed down on supporting terrorism in the region. You're talking about an entity that wanted to assassinate the president as the negotiations were going on. So if we know that behavior change is not possible with the Islamic Republic, and they have nothing to really provide us concessions with, then I don't see the point in negotiations. Not to mention that they always drag out these talks just to create a false sense of improvement internally, as we saw in earlier 2025. That said, even if the administration wanted to talk to them, does not mean they're ruling out a strike. We saw what happened before the war. Iran and America were still technically in talks. Nonetheless, Washington did greenlight Israel's attacks on Iranian nuclear infrastructure.
Just lastly, Jonathan, you've mentioned Reza Pahlavi, the son of the last Shah of Iran. He is, of course, urging President Trump to intervene. How much influence does he have in Washington? And do you think people in Washington and people in Iran view him as a realistic, viable option to take over the reins, should it come to that?
His legitimacy comes from the protest movement inside Iran, not necessarily from Washington. And this wave was really unprecedented. Once he called on the uprisings to continue, and that was on Thursday and Friday, and that's what we saw masses come out, not like nothing before. And this is the first protest wave we've actually seen protesters not only talking about regime change and saying death to the dictator and wanting to move beyond the Islamic Republic. It's the first time we saw protesters actually talking about the alternative, talking about what happens after regime change. Of course, the opposition's plan and many protesters right now are looking at this as more of a transition phase because there cannot be a power vacuum. And given the nature of this movement that is inherently anti-Islamist and wants to have positive relations with the West and the entire world, really, the opposition led by Pahlavi is the only entity that could facilitate that. So you're talking about, of course, international legitimacy that does come with the plans that the opposition has in mind. But more importantly, Iranians on the ground in every city, not just rural areas, have been really vocal about rallying behind one entity as a symbol, really, to be able to move past the Islamic Republic and have a democratic transition.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We'll have the chance to speak again and discuss these events as they unfold. Thank you so much, Jonathan Sayer, analyst at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and an Iran expert. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Now, in other news, on the 3rd of January, the Trump administration launched a dramatic overnight assault on Caracas, seizing Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro on charges of narco-terrorism. Well, the daring operation signaled a new phase in what's been a long-running war on drugs across Latin America. Well, to understand what this moment really means, we're joined now by Roberto Sendoya Escobar, also known as Philip Whitcomb, an artist, author, and one of the most uniquely placed voices on the global narcotics trade. Well, born in Colombia and raised by a British intelligence officer, Roberto discovered in adulthood that he was, in fact, the firstborn son of the Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar. Well, tonight we're going to be asking what Washington's next moves could be in the war on drugs, who really controls the drugs trade, and how complicit he believes figures like Nicolas Maduro might actually have been in this regard. Roberto, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's a great channel. I love it.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, when you first heard about the January 3rd US raid on Caracas, what was your immediate reaction? What went through your mind?
You know what? It's really weird, but it took me straight back to the Anglo-Colombian school in Bogota when we were studying our history lesson about the Battle of Boyacá. And I thought to myself, wow, that's like nothing's changed, right? The only thing that's changed is the name of the imperial power. It used to be Spain, and now it's a new imperial power called the United States of America.
We spoke last week to the former CIA station chief in Caracas, who said to us, Nicolas Maduro was the kingpin, Venezuela was a narco state. And it sounds to me like you don't agree with that assessment.
Well, there's an issue there, and that is to understand exactly how it works, and he probably didn't know exactly how it works because he's like on the right side and the wrong side. There's another side to it. So basically, most of the cocaine is not made or manufactured in Venezuela. Most of the cocaine is made and manufactured in Colombia, as probably we all know, really. And a load of it goes up north through Panama, Mexico, and all that way, and a load of it comes down through a part of the old Bolivar country, which is we now know as Venezuela, but down through the southern part, where the northern part is all where the central governments are and all that sort of stuff. But you've got all this rainforest, hundreds of millions of acres of rainforest with no basically big roads or anything. That's where the traffickers can bring the drugs down from Colombia in lorries, literally, and then it can come through to the ports in Venezuela, through to the Caribbean, and up into the eastern side of the United States. The northeast, the western side comes up through, so the California drugs and all that lot comes up that way through Panama. In the early days, those routes were established by Noriega, who used to be our CIA agent, and he used to work with my adopted father, the MI6 agent back then. In those routes for all the California lot of all the sort of western side of the United States, which was the big market, was established quite early on. But the other side, for the sort of New York area and all that area, the drugs that would come in that way would come through Venezuela. So it's about the government, the people that run the government, who effectively are dictators. They don't run the day-to-day operations of the transporting of the drugs through Venezuela. What they do is they permit it.
Right.
With a big, obviously.
So just to confirm here, Roberto, what you're saying essentially is that Venezuela was not a drug-producing country; it was a corridor for the traffic of drugs.
Yes. Now you've got a situation where you've got the guy in charge with his cronies around him. Effectively, are like a cartel, but they're not a drugs cartel. They're a sort of they control the political side, and they run through by force, if you like, enforcement. They enforce the cash flow of the petrochemical company, which was established in '76. Through their pockets, if you like, through the governmental ministry pockets. And so they control the income. The rest of the country have got nothing. So they go into the other side and they help the narco traffic money come through because that's all they've got. And so you've got these sort of two competing businesses. You've got the drugs business coming through there, lots of people being paid off everywhere. And like my father used to say, or plata, you take my money, right, or you get killed. And so they would take the money and they would allow and be part of it. So Maduro and his cronies would allow this to happen because otherwise they've got trouble, civil war, strife, all sorts of problems. And the FARC would come in, which is a revolutionary army financed by the narco trade. So they don't need that. So to get peace and quiet whilst they can make all their billions with the oil, they allow this trafficking to go on. So when Trump and the CIA agents say he was a cartel leader, he was in a way. He's certainly guilty of permitting billions of dollars worth of cocaine to get into the United States through the routes. But on the other hand, I will say this, he wouldn't have been able to stop it if he'd wanted to.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Roberto Sendoya Escobar, son of Pablo Escobar, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, we're joined now by Nada Rong Huan, who is a journalist and political analyst who joins us from Beijing in China. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. A pleasure having you on the program. Just 10 days ago, we saw pictures of a Chinese diplomat by the name of Chiu Xiaoqi standing side by side with the then president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, at his palace in Caracas. And a few hours after that, Nicolas Maduro was in detention in the United States. What was the reaction in China to these events? I'm assuming there was a sense of shock.
Thank you very much for having me. China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the U.S. Blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. Hegemonic acts of the United States seriously violate the international law and Venezuela's sovereignty, and also threaten peace and security in Latin American and Caribbean regions. So China firmly opposes it, and China also calls on the United States to abide by the international law and the purpose and the principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security.
Right. We heard Nicolas Maduro describing the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, as, quote, an older brother. So clearly they had a very strong rapport, the two men. How much of a loss do you think it is for China and for Chinese influence in Latin America, if indeed Venezuela is pivoting towards the US orbit and away from the Chinese orbit?
Until now, it's not so. It's unclear, but according to the official resources, there are nearly $10 billion, which with the loan Venezuela have to pay for China, but it's also paid by its oil. But now it's not so clear that will this oil from Venezuela will also be exported to China. But China never seek for its sphere of influence in Latin America, but the relationship between China and the Latin American countries is a friendly and cooperative relationship on the basis of mutual trust and mutual respect, and also the mutual benefit. So, and also Venezuela's oil is only about 5% of the whole imports of oils in for China. So it's not there's not so much damage if the United States push the government of Venezuela to stop exporting oil to China. So but at the long term, I think the people of the Latin American countries will choose China for long term, because the way of China doing is never impose its willing for the countries to choose for the cooperation with China, but there is a whole respect for its choices and its willings.
Some people say all of this sends a message to China, which is keep away from the Americas. That seems to be some people's interpretation of President Trump's actions there at the start of January. How does China interpret that message? Because, of course, the United States has interests in what might be argued to be China's hemisphere or China's part of the world. So how might China act on these developments?
Firstly, China, for a long term, for decades, China pursues a policy of non-alignment, and China don't want to go back to the Cold War to set up alignments to do the confrontation with other countries, and also China is interested in its internal affairs to realize we call in China the Great Revival of Chinese nation, and also to cooperate with different countries, with all the countries in the world, is on the principles of mutual respect and equality and mutual and common development. So I think what the United States doing is because they see China is getting more stronger, and Chinese national composite strength is stronger and stronger. So it's there is a worry about that China will replace its leadership in the world, but China never seek for the leadership or replace the role of America in the world. Is doing what it's doing now is to realize the great revival of the Chinese nation, and to raise the level of living of its people.
Do you think these events in Venezuela could change China's calculations with regards to Taiwan? That was one of the things people started saying immediately after the 3rd of January. What are your thoughts?
I think China, the two things are not similar, because what the United do in Venezuela is related to international relationship, but the mainland China and with Taiwan is not the international relation. It's not the relationship between two countries, because Taiwan is a part of China that can't be divided from the Chinese territory. So it's totally different. And also, Taiwan question is an internal affairs of China. So in what means China will mainland China will realize the reunification with Taiwan should be determined by the Chinese people and the Chinese government, and also China reject to any interference from the external forces for the Taiwan question. And also China has the capability and ability economically, diplomatically, and militarily. China now has the power to seize the initiative of the Taiwan question.
Okay, just turning our eye away from Venezuela to Iran, and Iran is, of course, a strategic hub for the flow of Chinese goods. I'm wondering how concerned China is about Iran potentially being on the brink of regime change.
China has expressed its support from we can see today there is from the spokesman of Chinese Foreign Ministry, China has China hope and support the stability of Iran, and also consistently opposes any military intervention from the United States and Israel for Iranians or to change the regime. So because Iran is also a close cooperator with China, and is a former member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and is a member of and also a member of the BRICS group. So China wants there is a more stability in Iran, and to resolve the problems of the demonstrators in a peaceful way.
Okay, well, that's perhaps a message for the Iranian leadership, who's understood to have shot and killed several hundred of the protesters on the streets of Tehran. Just lastly, President Trump is due to visit Beijing in April. And I'm wondering, in the context of all of these developments, not forgetting the 25% additional tariffs that the United States has now threatened Iran's trading partners with, and China is one of them, what sort of a welcome do you think President Trump is going to get when he arrives in Beijing?
It's up to the U.S. side, because, as we say, that there's no winner in the tariff war or trading war. Last year, we have seen the escalating of the trade war and the tariff war between China and the United States. So the United States didn't reach his aim through the tariff war with China, and have gave the compromise to China to make the deal to get a agreement with China to stop the war. But this time, China is also firmly have the determination, have its great vigilance and have the enough countermeasures to safeguard its legitimate interests and rights and development rights. So China also wants to keep the communication with the United States and to go to the same direction and to raise the potential cooperation and to settling the differences in a proper way. So China is open to any communication with the United States.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Nada Rong Huan, journalist from Beijing. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow here on Arabiya English. Until then, goodbye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
What U.S. President Donald Trump started in 2019 may have been taken a bit lightly, but now it's back on the table. Trump has made it clear he wants Greenland to be part of the U.S., and he's not ruling out using military or economic pressure to make it happen.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place.
So why Greenland? And could this actually happen? Let's take a deeper look. Greenland isn't just a big chunk of land floating off the coast of Canada. It's one of the most strategic, resource-rich, and politically sensitive places on Earth. And here's why. It's huge, the world's largest island, with a tiny population of around 56,000 people, mostly indigenous Greenlanders. It sits in the Arctic, between North America and Europe, making it a prime location for military operations. And underneath all that ice, rare earth minerals, oil, and natural gas, the stuff that powers everything from smartphones to wind turbines. And thanks to climate change, the Arctic is literally opening up. Melting sea ice is creating new shipping routes and revealing untouched resources. In short, Greenland is becoming a big deal fast. So what's going on exactly? Trump says it's a deal that must happen, arguing that the U.S. would benefit, and so would Greenlanders. But here's the thing, Greenland isn't for sale. Denmark owns it, and Denmark's prime minister has said again this idea is, quote, absurd. More importantly, Greenland governs itself. Since 2009, it has broad autonomy, and it even has the right to declare independence. That's right, Greenland could one day be its own country. So yeah, buying it, not likely, but influencing it, that's a different story. The world is in the middle of a new Arctic race. It's a mix of climate change, geopolitics, and economics. Russia's growing more aggressive. China wants in too, calling itself a near-Arctic state and proposing a polar Silk Road. And then there's the US. It's determined not to fall behind. Greenland sits right in the middle of all of this. The US already has military base there used for missile defense and for tracking Russian subs in the North Atlantic. So this isn't just about buying land. It's about securing the Arctic. It's about rare minerals. It's about controlling the future of global trade routes. Now, could this be the next Cold War? Some think we're already there. We're entering what experts are calling the Arctic century. That means rising tensions, increasing militarization, and a race for resources, all happening faster as the ice melts. Greenland isn't just in the middle of that race. It might be the prize. And here's where it gets a bit more complicated. Greenlanders are proud of their identity. Many want independence, but not necessarily to join the US. And while they're open to closer cooperation with America, what do leaders actually think? Let's take a look.
Gør det meget klart, at set med den danske regeringsbriller, så er grønlændernes. Det er et meget, meget stolt folkefærd. Det er et sprog, det er en kultur, det er en befolkning, som er sin egen. Og som formand for Naalakkersuisut, Museet i øvrigt har sagt, så er Grønland ikke til salg.
But here's the thing. Greenland still depends heavily on Danish subsidies. Its economy relies on fishing. Mining, still a work in progress. Full independence would be financially risky, unless maybe they strike a new deal with someone else. So the big question becomes, will Greenland choose to go it alone, or align with a new superpower? And where do we go from here? Will Trump push harder? Could Greenland ever switch hands? And are we entering a new age of Arctic competition? One thing's for sure, the world is watching an island most people ignored until now.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Wow, shukran, shukran.
Okay, we're going to start from the beginning and the retrospect moment. Have you always thought that you'd have a career as a performer?
You know, as a child, I live off of that energy of excitement and enthusiasm and inspiration, and I like how it feels to tell someone a story and they give their attention, and then when you get to the end of the story, there's the joyful release. So it's been something that I've loved my entire life, and then it's a natural part of me, and it became the energy of my desire to perform.
Throughout the years and all my interviews with you, I was like, thinking about it the other day. Is every time like a new world for you? It's a world of a movie.
Once you've started a film, as a director, you can actually feel the thing taking over. The film is telling you what it wants to be. And that's especially so in the cutting room,
Exactly, you can make 10 movies in a cutting room, 10 different things.
Yes, I'll do a bunch of 3-minute films.
Yes, exactly.
After all these years and all your success, what is cinema to you?
It's life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's everything, as the festival says.
It's everything. I actually, strangely, and I don't know how to say it, the most important events of my life, I actually equate them to some kind of a film that I was doing at that time. So it's more than life.
The festival does wanna, support and showcase female filmmakers and actresses. Fatima herself is an actress and filmmaker. You're an actress and a producer. And how important is it to be in the conversation of that and to kind of push and be all supportive of female filmmakers?
You're part of it. I think it is important, but that's sort of the byproduct of enjoying and wanting the conversation to be healthy and vibrant and constantly evolving. The conversation about filmmakers, it seems it's still sort of impossible for me to decide, we're going to speak about female or male. Let's just talk about filmmakers. But for me, it's a natural part of being around people who get great things done.
Show me how much you love Hitchcock.
I have to say that I asked Jackie Chan to teach me a kung fu move, and he said stick to interviewing Raya, so I'm going to stick to it. Jackie, it's always such a pleasure to have you on the show. I want to go back to the beginning a little bit. You learned martial arts when you were young, and how much did it, influence you now that you're teaching it?
I'm pretty lucky. When I was 6.5, I'm in the martial arts school. It's called Northern Style. And after that, I was a child actor. Then becoming a low-class stuntman, middle-class stuntman. Then when I finished my contract in my martial arts school, then I learned Southern style. Judo, Hapkido, Taekwondo, boxing. Only those kind of plays can fit in us to release our energy. Training, then go home, sleep, then next day filming, then training.
I love this festival. I've attended before. They're incredibly hospitable, and I have many friends here in Saudi Arabia. And, I love that they're doing so much to empower people to tell stories.
I'm very excited. It's my first time at this festival, and it's my first time in Saudi. So I'm just happy to discover a new country and to learn about the traditions, to see the cinema, the Saudi cinema.
I love this event. This is the second time I've been here, and it's so beautiful. And it's just an honor to be back.
I'm very excited. I've never been to this particular film festival, and it's 5 years in and growing incrementally. It's wonderful how much great talent is coming in, but even more wonderful is the roster of films that represent Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Asia.
I have to be honest, I'm a really anxious person normally, so I'm really excited. I can tell that.
I've never been to a festival like this in the region. It's a region that I travel to a lot. I've been to Saudi before, I've come here with my family. So it's great to come here with work and bring, almost those two sides of me together in one place.
I think that the reality is it's such an international, global art form, so I'm happy to learn every day, so that's why I'm kind of here, really.
I was here 2 years ago with Jackie Chan for location scouting, and hope to make a movie in Saudi.
It's my first time here, so I'm excited to see how it's going. I've heard about the festival and how it does help young women directors, and I think it's great.
In our edition, I had 2 movies here, and one of them won the Best Saudi Film Award, so yes.
Happy to be here. It's really an honor. I didn't think I'd ever come here, so it's a beautiful place to see, and the people have been amazing.
There's a really wonderful range of films, from very artistic art house films, and they have quite big blockbuster fare that are being produced within the region. So I'm excited about that. Yeah.
Well, there are 38 films by female filmmakers, and so I'm really excited to see those. Yeah, I always feel as though women have a different perspective and it's underrepresented, so I'm excited to see what women have to say this year.
I know a little bit. I know that we have 5 films from female directors. I know we have at least 1 debut. It seems like quite an eclectic mix.
I am not on the jury. I'm a little jealous of the jury because I've heard the lineup of films from all over the world is extraordinary, and I've sat on many juries, and it's like a crash course in storytelling, culture from all around the world, and the real fusion of people together.
Giant's playing tonight, so I'm curious about that. And then a good girlfriend of mine has a friend whose films in the festival, so I'm not on the jury, so I'm not going to see all of them.
Well, I know tonight they're having a premiere of Giant, and this story is very interesting to me because I'm of mixed race as well, and I think that many people in the world now are a mixture of different cultures, and to be able to honor both of the cultures that you come from, or more than one culture that you come from, is very, very important, and to tell stories that reflect that dichotomy is a beautiful thing.
I always knew that Amir in the dramatic parts of the film was going to be fantastic. He's a BAFTA winner, and he's going to be walking down a lot more awards carpets. He's that kind of actor. But we had to train him to be a boxer in 4 weeks, and the transformation he made, I think, should go down in history. I mean, I've personally never seen anything like it, but I've also never read or heard about anything like it. It was a true transformation in the shortest time, which is testament to his work ethic.
Hamed has done it. The Prince is champion of the world.
I think Anne-Marie Jack here has got a film here, Palestine 36, which is screening, which I'm excited to see again on a big screen. I've seen it. It's a beautiful film, phenomenal.
So I'm going to give you this award on behalf of the Red Sea Film Festival.
I'm just so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Stranger to the big epic film and a lot of extras and what it means to have those huge sets. When you're in an infrastructure that is burgeoning and new, how amazing is that on one hand because everybody's so enthusiastic, and on the other hand, what are the challenges?
Well, this was easily the most ambitious thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
And even though I've done, I guess, ambitious films in the past, the Planet of the Apes that I did, that was actually interestingly quite small, a practical film, because we were dealing with a lot of, there was a character drama in a way, and then post-production brought a lot of the scale to it.
And it's true that this doesn't have much visual effects, so this is
No, I mean, our visual effects company did an extraordinary job, and so they created the elephants and they created the hyenas.
But there's very little compared to the film.
Very little, yes, in terms of just the creature animation and things like that. And the landscapes, and that was the thing that we would always laugh about. We would see it through the lens of the camera, and we would say people are going to think that this is CGI, yeah. But it was all there, and so we were very fortunate. We had the opportunity just to sort of line up what we wanted and then make it happen.
How much did the film immerse you historically, and also how great was it that it was a true melting pot in many ways, in the story, in the context of it, in the cast, and everything?
Yeah, huge amount of research, and it was fascinating, but I think it was really, in many ways, a very simple goal for us, which was to tell the story of unity, because we start a story with very disparate tribes, different religions, cultures, languages, and through the eyes of this young girl, and against all odds, she's able to then unify these warring parties under one banner and fight off oppression, which I think is a timely story.
What a pleasure it is to finally be talking about Desert Warrior, Labor of Love. It's taken so much time for the film to be seen by an international audience. So how excited are you to watch it in a communal audience?
I think that's what I'm most intrigued by, is I've seen the movie by myself in a theatre environment, but not with an audience, and it's a very unique film, so I'm very curious to see what people make of it. And it's been a very long journey, as you say. It's been, 4 years since we filmed it. All this morning we were just going back through memories, talking to the cast, trying to get ourselves back there. And it's very easy to do, actually, because the cast have stayed very close. The key cast, a lot of us stayed very close over the years. It was a very special time.
Tell us about working with Aisha, who I think has amazing, strong presence, and of course Anthony Mackie and Sir Ben Kingsley. It's a very eclectic cast,
yes,
but it's also a very interesting bunch of people.
Aisha was interesting because she comes across, when I met her, she's very skinny, she's beautiful, obviously. She looks like she's stepped off sort of, when she's dressed up, looks like she stepped off a model ramp. Yes, exactly. But she was tough, really physically tough woman, like strong and tough. We would do something.
The character.
Yes, she just worked through the craziest of conditions too. Sometimes it was absolutely freezing, sometimes absolutely boiling hot. Pretty demanding environment out there. Yeah, it was fun. Anthony, I didn't have too much time with him. We get to do a great fight together, but I had a great time with him. I've always admired him as an actor. I think he's great talent. And Ben Kingsley, Sir Ben.
Sir Ben. I don't think he answers if you say Ben Kingsley.
I did. Yes, exactly. I would have had to call him Sir Ben, and I only ever saw him from the distance that I was in the movie, which is like I'm down here and he's up there in the VIP box, and I'm in the Coliseum fighting.
It's like there were like 300 actors, but Sir Ben
is there
in his pedestal, as any emperor should be.
Yes.
You start as a so-called bandit. For me, he's none of the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You kind of, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hanzala was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. If you look at him being a part of the Sudanese trade route between Eastern Africa and what's now known as the Middle East, and being a button virgin to the war that's taking place that he falls a part of. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
Let's talk about Aisha. I just met her. I think she's got this, fascinating screen presence to her. How was it building the dynamic of those two leads for the film?
It was really easy. Aisha and I, when we first met and first started working together, we really just fell into a groove with each other that kind of helped these characters in a great way. Because when it first starts, they don't know each other. They are from two completely different worlds, and they develop this relationship and this rapport of appreciation and respect. And I think that's how we were able to take our relationship and put it into these two characters throughout the course of filming.
Our planet Arrakis is so beautiful when the sun is low. Rolling over the sands, you can see spice in the air.
Nice to see you guys.
Nice to see
you.
Nice to see you.
How are you doing? I'm very well, thank you. How did you enjoy that amazing premiere last night? Zendaya, was it your first time?
It was my first, baby's first Venice Film Festival. And it was great. I had an excellent time. It was so much fun.
Crushed it.
I got to do it with some of my best friends around. This is just like, it's the coolest. I honestly, it was such a beautiful experience. Just seeing also all the fan love and support that was there. And, getting to share the stage with this guy and so many other actors that I admire, and Denis and Hans, it's just this is like a dream. It's completely such a beautiful experience.
Venice is like a fairy tale. It's you're going around on boats. The space that the film shows in is iconic, if I can use that word. I've been having dreams about a girl on Arrakis.
Those characters carry so much backstory and forthcoming story. So how much do you carry that when you're acting them?
I mean, like I said, I didn't maybe get as much prep time as I wish I did, as I wish I could have, to really like spend time with everyone and work with Denny as much as possible because he's so fun to work with. But even upon, you know, kind of getting there, I felt like I literally landed on, you know, Arrakis. You know, it was this beautiful natural rock formations, and like getting into the costumes and meeting everybody who was so lovely and kind and warm. And I just felt like I stepped right into the movie. You know, I felt like I was in it, and it was very, you know, there was also times where we were joking around and having a good time where I was like, okay, this is very much a movie, and we're made, yeah. But then there was these moments where I really felt like I was of this planet, you know, and so it didn't have to really take much to imagine because it's all there. So yeah, it's I don't even remember what the question was because I just started thinking about like where we were shooting and how gorgeous it was, and the experience, and like, you know, all the details in the costumes, you know, the tubes, and the, you know, my costume had like, you know, these little beads on it, like, you know, because Chani,
crazy detail.
Yeah, because Chani would have, you know, kind of customized her and had it for such a long time, you know.
We were all struggling with the nose pieces, and Zendaya got there and was just like, it's all good. Like, what? We have only been here a day.
Yeah.
But then suddenly we all
it's a good
showed up and just did it.
It's time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome, dear viewers, to this special interview with the President of Somalia, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, conducted from inside the Presidential Palace in Mogadishu, the Somali capital. Your Excellency, welcome to Al Arabiya. Let me begin with your recent visit to Ethiopia to attend the official inauguration of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam at the invitation of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. How does Somalia view the inauguration of the Renaissance Dam?
Well, the Grand Renaissance, Ethiopian Renaissance Dam was a big project that has been going on more than a decade under construction. And it is there for power generation, as we have been explaining to the area. The area is not an agricultural area, it's a mountainous area, but for 5,000 megawatt it will produce, as we have been. That has definitely have an impact on the Ethiopian economy, as well as the region. Already Ethiopia supplies electricity to Kenya, Sudan, Djibouti, of course not Somalia yet. But so that, and power and electricity, energy is the most important thing and prerequisite for any development. So it was good, and it was built there. Surrounded is other issues are there, but the dam as it is it was successful project by the Ethiopian government.
Mr. President, this issue raises many questions. Somalia has a strategic alliance with Egypt and has also recently restored diplomatic relations with Ethiopia. Speaking of your recent visit to Ethiopia and participation in the inauguration of the Renaissance Dam, a matter considered highly sensitive for Cairo, How is Somalia handling this issue amid complex regional and strategic shifts? And does this affect your relationship with Egypt, given how sensitive this file is to Cairo?
I can say only on the perspective of Somalia, Ethiopia is a neighbor. We have not chosen to be neighbors together here in the Horn of Africa. We share almost 2,000 kilometers of border with population on different sides of the border being Somalis and many other issues. And Ethiopia is a part, of course, of the African Union mission here, as well as Egypt now. So our relationship with Ethiopia was not meant to compromise our strategic relationship with Egypt. Somalia is a country that has one motto, which is Somalia at peace with itself and at peace with the rest of the world. So that is our motto, and we all, as I said yesterday, the other day in the inauguration of the dam, Somalia is ready to support both countries to understand each other, not only Egypt but Sudan as well. And there was an issue. This issue was going on for more than a decade now, and still is going on. And I think it will have a positive solution will come. And the issue we raised with the Prime Minister of Ethiopia as well, and he promised that he will be sitting with everybody who has a concern about the dam and its water.
Mr. President, in your view, what could be the path toward a solution or de-escalation between the two sides on this issue? And who could help restore balance and calm between them?
As I said in the inauguration, I said this dam, for some people it is for energy, and for others it is for water and food security. And both has to be mutually satisfied on their issues, and that can only take place through a peaceful solution and peaceful dialogue. And as far as I know, both Egypt and Ethiopia has always been willing to dialogue the subject. And I hope it will be soluble. There are international bodies who, and this is not the first time, the negotiations has been going on between Ethiopia, Egypt, Sudan, and other countries that have concerns on the Nile Delta, or Nile Basin. And this dialogue reached somewhere, and one of the times there was a signed agreement, another time the discussion is going on. And I think it will go on, and it will come up. The solution will come at the end.
A few days ago, an Egyptian military delegation arrived in Mogadishu in preparation for the deployment of Egyptian troops under the African Union mission to support stability in Somalia. How do you, Mr. President, view this step? And what will be the role of the Egyptian forces in Somalia?
Somalia and Egypt has a very, very long historic relationship and a very strategic partner as well recently. We have that strategic partner with Egypt, even Somalia, before we become independent. In the 1950s, when Jamal Abdel Nasser was there, and when the Canal Suez was attacked, Somalia was not an independent, but the Somali people by that time, they stood up and they stand with the Egyptians. Since then, and our relationship is 1,000 years old, since Hatshepsut visited Somalia in those years, 5,000 years ago. So Somalia and Egypt has that type of bond together. In that line, Egypt now is participating in the peace mission, the African Union mission here in Somalia. This is the first time that Egypt is being part of the mission. You know, always there are delays here and there from the African Union, from the UN, from many places, but the Egyptians, they make the last assessment recent. When the officers come here, they assess the ground, they assess the area that they are going to operate. So what we are waiting only is the arrival, the first contingent of the Egyptians to arrive in Somalia soon and work in the umbrella of the African Union. But as well as Egypt has been supporting Somalia, Somali security forces, Somali defense forces, all of them by training, providing certain equipment. So the relationship between Somalia and Egypt is very, very strong.
There has been some Ethiopian discontent, or let's say concern, regarding the arrival of this Egyptian military delegation in Mogadishu. The Ethiopian ambassador to Somalia even expressed such concerns publicly. Did Addis Ababa communicate with you or raise this issue directly?
No. They've never been raised with my level or even with the ministerial level. I heard that the Ethiopian ambassador, but that was not right. But here one thing is Somalia is independent and sovereign state, and our decisions are sovereign as well. So we choose Egypt to come here, and definitely they will.
Mr. President, how do you view the recent statements by Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, in which he described his country's loss of access to the Red Sea as a historic mistake and a matter of national survival, pledging to regain that access? Do you consider this a threat, even indirectly, to Somali interests or to the overall security of the Horn of Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Eritrea?
Well, there are 16 African countries in this continent who all of them are landlocked. And fortunately, all of them have access to the sea. And Red Sea is one of the seas that surrounds Africa. So if Ethiopia wants to reach the Red Sea, they can, but there are always standards, ways to reach, and I hope that they will follow that universally accepted standards to reach there. And I haven't seen any now war or contentious issues standing. I have been hearing rumors that Ethiopia and Eritrea are going to fight on the Red Sea and all this, but I've never officially heard it from it. But Somalia will never stand and support for any violence or any violation of sovereignty of any country in the world. So we hope that the Red Sea is a very, very important and strategic sea. Of course, Somalia is not immediately part, but it concerns our economy, it concerns our security, and we have a say on it. So we hope that all those countries who are bordered with the Red Sea and those who have security concerns about the Red Sea, all of them has to agree and has to understand each other. There is no country that can be allowed to violate the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of any other country. And I'm not hoping, I'm not expecting that there will be a war, but our position is very clear. We need countries to, when they have issues, to sit together, dialogue, and agree on, but not use of force. It's not our favor at all.
Another important development is Somalia's election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council last January. First, Mr. President, what key issues do you plan to raise or advocate for within the Council? And is there any coordination between you and major Arab countries in this regard?
Well, Somalia has been in the UN Security Council in 1972. Since then, we were not. This is again the second time now we are elected member of the UN, non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. As you rightly said, we have many hats to wear when we are there in the UN Security Council. Of course, we are African, and we are part of the African Union, 3 countries that represent African Union. Somalia is one. So we are binded with the principles and the issues of the African Union as well. On the other hand, we are member of the Arab League, and we represent there for the interests of the Arab world, wherever there is an issue concerning the Arab world. Right now, Palestine is an issue, and our position has always been very clear and will remain that clear position. On the third time, we are also a member of the OIC, and we represent the Islamic world there as well. So when it comes to the Islamic issues, also Somalia has to stand. So we have these multiple roles there, but above all, we are there, those countries who are fragile, like Somalia did, who have problem of security, like we did. Our own feelings are and sympathy are with those countries that are in a similar situation or close to the situations of Somalia. So Somalia will stand there, and we will always be on the right side of the issues. Somalia is a small country. We have our global or international agenda is limited only to those issues, and we are a member of the non-aligned world as well. So we are not in one block or the other. We are there for those interests by those people.
Mr. President, how would you assess Somalia's relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Well, again, you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is similarly a country that we have a very, very strong traditional relationship for, of course, centuries since the event of Islam in that country. And Somalia, one of those countries who have been. So Somalia and Saudi Arabia shared a lot of long history. At times, Somalia stood with Saudi Arabia when they were difficult, maybe a century or so ago. And since then, since independence, when His Majesty King Faisal was there in the 1960s, Saudi Arabia has always been with Somalia, supporting Somalia at difficult times. And since today, they are still with us, and they are supporting Somalia, of course, diplomatically. And in the past, it was humanitarian, that was the needs of Somalia. But today, it's again development and investment in Somalia's interest now at this right moment. And Saudi Arabia and Somalia, there are a lot of discussions going on for development and investment projects in the near future.
To what extent do you see coordination between Mogadishu and Riyadh developing on issues of mutual concern, such as counterterrorism and regional stability?
Well, as I said, there are many files that are right now going on for discussion, and some of them are just close to end soon, maybe in a very short period of time. But so far, what we have prominently already achieved is the collaboration between us on the war against terror. Saudi Arabia trains our security forces, part of our security forces at senior level, leadership level even, and Saudi Arabia also contributed sharing information about the terrorists on both sides of that. So that file is already moving forward, but there are other files that are in the process of discussion right now.
Mr. President, Somalia remains at war with terrorist groups, but it also suffers from challenges such as unemployment and underdevelopment. What is your vision for addressing these issues, and how can Somalia take advantage of global competition, Western, Chinese, American, and even Russian, to promote development in the country?
Well, first of all, as you rightly said, Somalia is in a terrorist war for almost close to 2 decades now. But we have been gaining experience on that. Usually, traditionally, Somalia was fighting with the terrorists on the military front only. And now we develop a new strategy that concerns about the ideological war against the terrorists and the financial war against terrorists. I was curbing the financing terror as well. So multiple fronts are now Somalia fighting against these terrorists. Now, the issue now we have is, as I said earlier, we don't have a big agenda, global agenda. Our agenda is national or regional at the moment, at the best. So the competition between the West and the East and all this also, it affects the whole world. Because, as you rightly said, when 2 elephants are fighting, the grass is the suffers. So the developing world suffers when the big powers are fighting each other. We have our own concerns on some of the issues, but the world is changing, and we hope that the United Nations, the international order, the international financing architecture, so many things are under constant review. We hope that it will go on the right direction. But for us, we are a friend to everybody, unless that everybody proves that they are not our friend.
Mr. President, allow me to pause at this critical point. Combating al-Shabaab and other terrorist organizations. How do you assess the current threat posed by al-Shabaab? And how effective are the ongoing military operations against it in Somalia?
Well, Somalia is fighting not only al-Shabaab, but we are also fighting Daesh in the northern part of Somalia, the mountainous part in the northern Somalia, northeastern Somalia, particularly Puntland area. A success has been reached there by the Somali security forces there, as well as we are doing the same here in al-Shabaab. Shabaab, we are fighting for, as I said, almost close to 2 decades now, very experienced, have a very strong network within the society, particularly the rural Somalia, where they have been there. Those kids that were born when Al-Shabaab took over in the 2007, 2008 in the country are now, 28 years, 27 years old. They are the ones who are fighting. People that has been in rural area, never exposed to any other part or any other world, never have a free media to listen to, follow up. So they have been indoctrinated for more than a decade is the one. So this is not an easy task. Somalia is facing that task. Yes, we are getting very, very good support from the international partners, but not enough. Not enough yet. Most of Sudan is facing Somalia with its own limited resources, but the people of Somalia, because of the mobilization of the government by the people, to the people, now the people is really the ones that are leading the fighting, not only our formal security forces. Yes, we are, on one hand, we are building our security forces, and on the other hand, we are fighting, you can understand. And building a security forces is not a very short term, it's a long term and a long process. So there is a lot of challenges going on, but so far we've succeeded to push Al-Shabaab in many parts of Somalia. But Somalia is a big country, and more than 60% of the population are living in the rural area. So still the threat of Al-Shabaab is still imminent in Somalia, and it's a threat, real threat, but it's not as it was before. Mogadishu has never been a secure place, and for the last 3.5 years, I have been attacked 5 times by Al-Shabaab when I was touring the country and standing in front lines with explosive vehicles driving on, as they did recently even here in Mogadishu. But now their capability of using those techniques and all this are weak, and they are many places very far away.
Mr. President, last March, you personally survived an assassination attempt, thankfully unharmed. What can you tell us about this security breach? What vulnerabilities did the terrorists exploit to target you personally, and, through you, the symbolic representation of the state?
One thing that Al-Shabaab has convinced themselves is that this war going on, there is only one switch. If you make it off, the whole war will stop, and that is the assassination of Hassan. So they have tried. And not only this time, even from 2012, they have been trying to assassinate me, to kill me, but they never succeeded, and inshallah they will not succeed. Now, in the recent attack here, they built a bomb inside a house on the side of the road map. The house itself, huge bomb. It was not something outside. When my convoy was passing there, they exploded, and one of my cars were seriously damaged. Fortunately, none of our people, my close protection people, died there. They destroyed the car, and so since then, the interagency task force has been assigned to follow up what has happened and how and who did it in Al-Shabaab. Since then, they were making follow-up, and I think 3 days back, the man who has engineered this has been eliminated. He has been neutralized, and his team, 10 of his team, and he himself has been neutralized, very far away from Mogadishu. So the risk is always there. They try. They have been trying all the time here in Mogadishu, but they didn't succeed by bringing a car into Mogadishu or going and taking over hotels and public places, ministries. They were using to go and fight for 2-3 days there until they are complete of them eliminated. That thing has not happened in the last 8-9 months here in Mogadishu. So, and then there is a very clear strategy built on, which will be going on expanding from Mogadishu, pushing back until we reach it to the borders of Somalia.
During my visit this week to displacement camps in Mogadishu and to the town of Barire in southwestern Somalia, recently liberated from al-Shabaab by the army, I met many Somalis who expressed hope to return to their homes. Mr. President, when will these people be able to return safely to their towns?
First of all, there are not only those villages, but there are millions, almost 2 million people throughout Somalia who are displaced people. internally displaced people all over Somalia. Most of them displaced by Al-Shabaab, but some of them are displaced by droughts, floods, or natural disasters. So it's true that cities, when you know Al-Shabaab, what they do, they dug tunnels below the city and they fight there, and the city was destroyed. So the Somali government will be working on bringing those people back. There is one more place that's remaining for that front, which is Barire, which we are going to take over in the coming days and weeks. So the government will work on the rehabilitation of those. So this is agricultural. It's the food basket of Somalia. It's the territory that produces most of the food in Somalia. So the government of Somalia will work with the people and help the people to rehabilitate their houses and their life back again.
Let's turn, Mr. President, to domestic politics. How do you view the direct election scheduled for next year? The first in 57 years since the last vote in 1960.
Mm-hmm. First of all, it was 1969, the last election. March 1969 was the last election here in Somalia. Since then, democratic election has not happened. And we have, what do you call it, the indirect election, the selection process. It was good, but it was improving from one time after the other. Now we reached to a level that after 25 years of the Third Republic of Somalia that was established in 2000, we cannot remain in the indirect election, and the world cannot deal with us anymore with the indirect election. People that has not been elected by leaders that has not been elected by the people or the representative of the people. So this time, that's what we are working. I will not claim that we will make the elections 100% perfect, or 100% all the 20 million Somalis will vote. But from few thousand people that were selecting the leaders, now we wanted to reach a couple of million people. Only here in Mogadishu, almost 1 million has been registered as voter registers, and all over federal member states, registrations are going on. So what we are expecting is a couple of million, 3 million, 4 million people will participate in the election. And I think that it has been clear and very visible that the Somali people, how the Somali people are interested to play it. People who have never been go into a voting booth now are saying our dreams have come true and they want to go. Case of example, there was a lady who said, I'm 60 years old, I've never voted, and I was not expecting that I will vote. This is the time that I will leave. So it's the population are very enthusiastic, and always there is a political opposition is there, but things are moving through institutions. We established it, reviewed the constitution, established the electoral law, the political party law. All the tools of the game are set in place, and the security is moderately acceptable. We go on as far as we can.
Mr. President, both Puntland and Jubaland have called on the federal government to engage in dialogue over the electoral crisis, suggesting that such dialogue could be the key to resolving it. How did you respond to this invitation?
Elections are two levels. One is local election, local municipalities, federal member states, and one is the national election selected by the parliament of both chambers and, of course, the leadership. So far what we are focusing now is the local elections, which is going to be soon. Puntland is not included because they did the local elections already. They made one man, one vote local elections. But both Puntland and the Jubaland, we are in the process of pursuing them, and by the time of the local elections, we hope the problem of Jubaland will be settled, and before the national elections as well, the problem of Puntland will be settled. So the channels of communication are already open, and we are continuing with a dialogue with them.
You often say that the federal government is a unifying government. Have you succeeded in achieving unity between the central government and Somalia's regional states, especially given the country's political and clan diversity?
No, the federal system has always a problem. The best time a federal system can be easily implemented is when the state is stable, when the rules are there, when everything is set. Our has been established in a very difficult time, so a lot has been improving. Even now, this term I'm in, there was every 2 months we have a dialogue space, what we call it National Consultative Council, NCC, which is the heads of states, federal member states, and the federal government sit together and discuss about the future political structure of the state, the governance system, the judiciary, everything. So many things has been agreed on. There are little political issues that are still under consideration, and the government our doors are always open. We are willing to reach out everybody, and we are willing to accommodate everybody, as we did recently. Strong and important elements of the opposition has been agreed with the federal government, but still there are others who are remaining, which we are still pursuing.
What were the main obstacles you faced before forming the government? How would you describe your relationship with Eastern Somalia, which recently became part of the federal government, and with Northern Somalia as a whole?
First of all, the northeastern state, the area was a very difficult area. It has been a disputed area for such a long time. All the necessities of those citizens who are there has never been implemented. The humanitarian was not reaching enough there. Governance system was very weak, and it was part of Somaliland. All over Somaliland is a very stable and peaceful place. We say clear on that. There is no problem. But unfortunately, between this region and Somaliland, there was problem. We ourselves, we have tried to stabilize and talk to the Somaliland leadership, the former leadership, not the current leadership, not to continue. Because principally, we believe that violence will never bring satisfactory results. So we've tried, but unfortunately it never happened. So this is a place now that has very limited chance to go back to Somaliland, number one. Number two, they are a very strong unionists who are willing to unite. But even then, and they have that position for a long time. But even then, although they were unionists, we have never interfered, never encouraged. We have been trying to get the whole Somaliland one time, agreed with them and bring them together. But the process has got prolonged for a long time, and there was no immediate visible solutions in the past. So that's that. So this region is a very difficult region throughout the history. It is the border between the colonial British and the colonial Italian, and it has always been that. That is the land of the Mad Mullah in the history of Somalia, Sayyid Muhammad Abdullah Hassan. That was an area that has been like that. That was a very controversial area most of the time. The last democratically elected president was assassinated there. So there must be an administration and governance system in that area. Without governance system, the people in that area will suffer, and it will create problem to all, both Somaliland, Puntland, other regions. So the only option that we had was to support them, to have their own administrative structure that they consensually agreed, and they did it. Somaliland may have concerns, Puntland may have concerns, but all those concerns can be settled with dialogue, with amicable solution, using our traditional system of peace building.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this special interview. And thank you, dear viewers, for watching Al Arabiya. Until next time. The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot for me. It was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. you can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई.
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system.
Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने दानु का राज था हाँ दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात पे और भी आते तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within the Lana's unique system of governance. This political framework indeed has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dancers in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together. It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness.
I guess the village has to take care of their things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी.
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब.
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.